You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Sorry, I was a little bit late. Thought I was having some problems with my camera for a minute there, and then I was like trying to suss that out. I was like, what is going on here? My God. But hopefully you guys are doing great. I forgot to turn on my lights again, so it's a little dark in here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Forgot to turn on my extra lights. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm running behind today. Okay. All right, we're good. Get a little brighter in here. So cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday. Man, obviously we didn't have a Vodka stream last Friday because of the holiday and the 3 Thanksgivings that I had. So it's good to be back. And we were going to have a guest tonight. William from Sci-fi Center was going to be the guest tonight because he's got a little, and I forgot to put that in the chat. Hold on a sec. I was going to put that right in the chat. His link for his campaign for AFSP and Rebel Moon. If you guys saw that, Zach tweeted it out, which was great. But let me go ahead and put that. Let's put that link. I have the link right there. So I'm going to go ahead and put that link. So if you guys want to donate, go ahead and donate. It's at 2,250 right now. He's trying to get to 5,000. Rebel Moon Lifeline. Here's a link right here when it comes to what he was doing. And I'm sure you guys know who William's been on the Patreon stream. He's been a very great supporter of the channel. So when he told me about this, that's happening. I should probably put my background in there. All right, there we go. So this is it right here. Rebel Moon Lifeline and Awareness event. American Foundation, of course, suicide prevention. So he's been doing this, and basically he's fundraising for American Foundation beginning today, culminating with the celebration of Zack Snyder's newest Rebel Moon. The mission is simple. We have 3 goals. Enjoy the movie we've all been waiting for with Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Raise funds for, of course, AFSP, spread awareness, all that stuff. So a lot of people have been donating already, and yeah, good stuff right here. So I'm going to go ahead and take this link. I'm going to go ahead and take the link and put it right into the chat. So if you guys want to donate, there it'd be right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and pin there we go. Pin the message right there. So, all right. So it's right there at the top of that whole thing. Is it StreamYard? It looks like StreamYard. Is StreamYard making me? Nah, I think, feels a little glitchy, but hey, well, maybe that's just me. I'm just glitchy. Okay. So we got all that. We're good. All right. Cheers, guys. Yeah, it just feels like StreamYard is not, I don't know. StreamYard's not working with my camera well. It just feels like it's a little slightly glitchy. I don't know. Maybe it's just me overthinking it a little bit. But cheers, guys. All right. Who we got here? I like seeing Anya Taylor-Joy dirty. Well, all right then. That's one way to put it right there when you're talking about the Furiosa trailer. I like it. Okay. Happy December, of course. Yeah, the first day of December. Mr. Amari says right here, Godzilla -1 was all kinds of incredible, great human story, and one of the most devastating Godzillas put on screen. There you go. I'm hopeful, guys. I can't express it enough how much I love the movie. And if you are any sort of a Godzilla fan or a monster fan or just a fan of cinema, go watch Godzilla -1. I'm telling you, you're not going to regret it. It's a fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. And I'm glad it's getting all the positive reviews and responses. And hopefully it makes some good money at the box office. And like I said, the American studios need to take note. I mean, the budget was 15 million, reported as 15 million. Now, it could be it could be something else. It could be something else. Like it could be because I don't know. It's like a Japanese movie. I don't know, like 15 million. Maybe it was that, but there could be like an exchange rate thing. I don't know. So I don't know if it was exactly 15 million when it came to the budget, but it still was a low budget. Still was a low budget, and that thing just looked freaking beautiful, man. I tell you, it looked absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. All right, who else we got here? We got Jacob. Good to see you. All right, we got Eleanor. Hello, hello. Can't wait for Rebel Moon. Hello from Vegas. Also can't wait. What's going on, Trav Man? Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you. Good to see you. Hopefully got that wine with you. And we got Miss Nighthawk right here. Happy vodka stream. There you go. Love to see you there, gorgeous. Always great to see you in the chat. We got Mr. Venom right here. All right. Did I? And then we got Fear Jason right here. Good to see you, buddy. Okay. I'm seeing good. Go see it. Go see it. Go see it. Please go see it. We got Mr. Axel right here. Good to see you, buddy. Max Wolf Danger. Hey, Dave, what up? I hope Superman Legacy movie will be good. I think a lot of us do. A lot of us hope that it will be good. What's going on there, Mr. Lane? What are your thoughts on Scott Stuber's latest comments on Snyder's DC movies licensed on Netflix? Those were unexpected. Well, he was asked, but again, it's I'm not on the. That's not going to happen. Okay. Let the new stuff happen, that's all. Yeah. Scott Stuber got asked about the whole thing about that hearing about the sell the Snyderverse hashtag, and he did say, that would be cool if we could license it, but yeah, something tells me that Warner Brothers is not going to do that with the way that they're going right now. And again, I mean, there was even mention about today that Zach got the rights to his Alexander the Great movie that's supposed to be a 300 sequel. And it's like, okay, he's going to be working on that too. It's like, let's get Zach, let's keep Zach on original stuff. Let's do that. All right, who else we got here? There's that. Okay. All right, guys. And then go ahead and start asking questions. We'll do the whole Q&A thing before we get the panel in here. So go ahead and start asking whatever questions that you want to ask. Go ahead and do that. Hey, what's going on, Venomoir? Good to see you. So go ahead and do that. Let's see. Just double checking. Everybody's okay. We're good. All right. Sorry. Just checking. Sure everything went out. Okay. But yeah, it's the first day of December. Luckily, this year, when it comes to holiday shopping, I'm getting ahead of it. Obviously we got, Miss Nighthawk and I trying to figure out presents and all this kind of stuff, but it is kind of cool that we're like tackling it early. And that's, again, it's like one of those things, like when it comes to gifts. I mean, I remember last year I waited to the last minute. I think the year before I waited to the last minute, almost the last minute. And that's just not the way to go, especially when we have technology, the technology we have now. We have Amazon, everything. It makes it so much easier to just start thinking about stuff like right off the bat. And since, they start posting, or they start playing commercials and people start posting things about Christmas before Halloween is even over, I mean, it kind of goes, all right, yeah, maybe we should get in on it. So yeah, almost done with the Christmas shopping. That's good. That's a good thing right there. It's definitely a good thing. Cortez, ahoy, Dave. Can believe we're in a month. We're in the last month of the year, wondering what next year will look like with Superman Legacy and the VFX worker. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's been an interesting year this year. So, yeah, next year will be also very interesting. Yeah, Superman Legacy begins shooting. We're going to be getting a lot of stuff with that when it comes to a lot of the DC stuff. It's going to be interesting, the stuff that happens with Marvel, and then just a lot of good movies also coming out next year from, we're going to be talking about Furiosa and that trailer, which I rather enjoyed. I know, when it comes to the trailer, yeah, there's it seems like there needs to be some polishing with some of the VFX. I'll admit that, but overall, it's George Miller, it's Mad Max, loving the vibe, and Anya Taylor-Joy, love her. Chris Hemsworth looks insane, so I'm all about it. I'm just kind of curious, when it comes to this Furiosa prequel right here. Bill Burr, hey, Superman, what are you doing? What the fuck you doing, huh? What are you doing flying around with undies outside your pants, huh? That's my Bill Burr impression. There you go. Nick, they've been hush about the R-rated cut release date. Do we think it is still undecided? Yeah, I have a feeling. Well, it might not be undecided. I don't know. It might not be. It might not be undecided, but it's going to be after part 2 comes out. We know that. That's all we know. Is it obviously April is when part 2 of Rebel Moon comes out, so it's going to happen after that. So, yeah. Did I post that? Yeah, I did. Okay. Made sure. Okay, we're good. Hey. I don't know what I'm looking at. Anyways, okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I got a TikTok one of my clips on TikTok is actually going viral, apparently. It's the one where I talked about David Cornsweat getting thick, and those new images came out of him, reading, doing a read thing, and he's wearing like the sweats and everything with the big beard. That clip is apparently like it took off on TikTok. That's right. Which I haven't had I haven't had a video go viral on TikTok. That was the first time. But yeah, that video is at over 100,000 views right now on TikTok. I don't know where it's sitting at right now. Or as Donald Trump calls it, China talk. It's all China. What are you doing, Dave? You better not. You're making it hard for Americans. I mean, yeah, but I'm seeing where it sits right now. It's currently at over 125,000 views. Yeah, so I did that. I think one of the main reasons why that it's going viral, because in the if you guys remember, if you guys watched Film Junkie Live earlier on Monday, is I talked about one of the things that's in partially in clip, and this is and again, when I do these clips, I'm always doing them less than a minute, because the main thing is like it's for the YouTube. I mean, obviously TikTok, you can have like up to 10-minute videos now, but I'm not going to put full videos on there. So when it comes to me clipping out something I'm talking about, it has to be less than a minute, because YouTube shorts are less than a minute. So I'm always trying to cut things down. So when I cut that thing down, obviously when I talk about if you guys watch Film Junkie Live, I talked about how he's gotten bigger, and they're not going to start shooting till March. So he still has another 4 months to just really get in. He might be in the bulk stage, and then all of a sudden come February, he's going to start like trimming down, or maybe even come January, he's going to start cutting, as they call it. He's going to start cutting, where he's going to start looking more shredded. But I did mention that, when actors, specifically male actors, if they're trying to bulk up quickly for a role, they're going to have a little help. And somebody, I think it was Lane, that's talked about if he's taking injectables. And then I just kind of mentioned the fact that if an actor has a limited time to gain like 20, 25 pounds of muscle, he's going to have a little help. It's going to have a little help. And I'm not, but if you actually watch the full thing, not the clip, it's not like I'm saying they're sticking needles in their butt and taking illegal steroids. No, it's peptides, it's human growth hormones, it's TRT, little added testosterone and stuff like that. That's what I mean. I mean, those are technically they're a steroid, but they're legal. And it's just funny, because I wish that would actually be admitted, because like I said, I'm like, they all practically do it. If anybody's like that big, do you think Chris Hemsworth, the size that he got for Thor: Love and Thunder, do you think he didn't juice up a little bit with some shit? Of course he did. You think The Rock doesn't juice up with some shit? Of course he did. just a little bit of help. That's all. So there's been a lot of pushback, and I think that's why that video has been taken off, because you read some of the comments, and I don't read all the comments, but I've read some of the comments. I've been called puny and jealous. And what do I know about that? Of course you can gain 20 pounds in 3 months. I'm like, okay, then you try to gain 20 pounds of muscle in 3 months. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's, it takes time. It does take time. And I'm just saying, you have a little bit of help, and it's not even stuff that's illegal. It's stuff that is perfectly legal. It just helps boost a little bit. That's all. That's what I was getting at. Like I said, I wasn't saying they're sticking needles in their butt cheeks or anything like that. But anyways, there's my little diatribe about all that. What do you think a Constantine 2 villain will be? Any idea? That's a good. I don't. I mean, they're trying to crack it. Obviously, Lucifer needs to be in there somewhere, right? But I mean, I'm kind of wondering if it would actually connect to anything else too. And then, is it going to be part of the overall DCU, or is it definitely a DC Elseworlds? That's also a question. Maybe there's a chance that it could be part of whatever. Oh, it's Zoe Kravitz's birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Catwoman. Happy birthday to you. Cheers. What is she, like 20 something still? She's still relatively young. Daughter of Lenny Kravitz. Good genetics in that family. Although I did see a headline that Lenny Kravitz said that he feels that his art, his music, didn't get embraced by the Black community. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Because, I mean, he's an iconic, rock and roller. But I was like, yeah, maybe that's why, because he did rock and roll, and maybe that's why it wasn't embraced so much in the community. I don't know. I just saw a headline at that, and I'm like, that's sad, because overall, like musically, everybody knows his music. Right now, just talking about Lenny Kravitz, you're probably hearing a song, whether it's Go My Way, or American Woman, the cover for American Woman or something like that. You're hearing a song from him. So might watch. Yeah, you might. I think you should. I still haven't watched it yet. I need to watch the Monarch series, to be honest. So I hear it's great. So I say do it. Joker 2 going to be bigger than Superman Legacy. All right, Nick is calling it right now. Joker 2. Well, I mean, the first Joker was bigger than all the other DC movies. Did it also beat Aquaman and Joker? Which one had the bigger billion? Because first Joker was bigger than any Batman movie. Well, was it bigger than Dark Knight Rises and Dark Knight? See, now I don't want to pull up box office mojo, but I'm kind of curious about that. Because anytime you just have a movie that reaches $1 billion, you just go, all right, $1 billion. But then it's like, well, $1 billion in what? Joker 2 might be. It's going to be interesting to see the reception to that. So it might be. It absolutely might be, because like I said, the first Joker was bigger than DC EU projects, Man of Steel, BVS, Wonder Woman was bigger than all those. So you might be correct there. I don't know if you're trying to make a dig at Superman Legacy, but if we're not doing a dig or not being biased, I'm just saying that the first Joker was bigger than any of the other DCEU movies. So you might be right on that behalf. What's going on, Antonio? We got Mr. Lobo here. Ahoy, hoy, sir. How's it going? Well, go knock on his door, Axel, and let's get him on the Vodka stream, and we'll talk to him. How do you know that he lives 10 minutes away? Do you know exactly where he lives? Maybe did you trick or treat at his house? What's happening? I will not lie. While I'm excited for Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire, I'm kind of nervous about it. Just more worried about the Godzilla fandom than the actual movie. It's sad that nowadays we worry more about fandoms, the fandom reception, as opposed to the actual art. But I mean, I admit it. I mean, Godzilla versus Kong was a beautiful movie, but forgettable, sadly. But I do like the new posters for New Empire. I'm liking those. So Did you see that? I don't know if I saw that. I don't know if I saw that on the feed, but I remember you talking about that you were going to be doing. You're going to be tackling some Mortal Kombat drawings. So I don't know what's better than watching the Vodka stream. Well, obviously watching the Vodka stream. Come on now. Come on now. Talking about my Bill Burr impression. That's good. I technically haven't said the art. Yeah, they haven't, but it's going to be definitely after part 2, I think. What's going on, Jose? How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Wait, what happened? David went viral on TikTok. Yeah, I did a TikTok dance. That's right. You should go see it. See my moves. It's crazy. Just crazy. I have some moves, man. I definitely have some moves. Good times. Good times. Has a new son and video, I guess. He has a new son? Isn't he like 60? He has a new son? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I know he's got new music coming out. He has a new album coming out. And like his album, of course, you know, he's like fucking like the pictures and shit from the album. He's like naked or something. And dude, I think he's like 60 or in his late 50s. Dude's still shredded. So still in great shape. Oh, son. Okay. I was like, yes, a new son. I was like, dang, man, he's still got it. All right. So, yes, Dave tells. Right. I was just reading the headline. What's going on, Phil? Good to see you, buddy. Nice to see you. He lives right next to the beach. Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. Said try to track him down, get him on the stream. What's going? Hey, we got Jason here. 23 months. 23 months. I speak as someone who has just someone. Let's see. I speak as just someone who has experienced the toxicity of Godzilla fans, but I'm still excited for New Empire. It's cool. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to all fandoms, when it comes to all fandoms, what the hell is he doing? My God. When it comes to all fandoms, hey, everybody's got toxicity. There's all kinds of toxicity throughout every fandom. And even Zach even talked about how, you know, he doesn't embrace, you know, he doesn't support any of that in that article. And, you know, there's always going to be that with every fandom. There's always toxicity. And you just got to like try not to interact. Don't interact. If you're worried about it, don't interact. And just, you know, if you're online, mute, block, do all that. It's just what you got to do sometimes. I've done it. I do it a lot. You know, I sometimes occasionally, you know, I do get like a wild hair up my ass and just like start interacting with some of the people, but I don't try to do it often. If you do it often, they're always going to be like coming after you. So, Phil, do you, there you go. Okay. No dig at Legacy. I think Joker 2 would be, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It probably will be. Like I said, it's because it's not a superhero movie. You know, I think that's why people were like, everybody flocked to the first one because it got good word of mouth. And yeah, it's just not going to be your typical CBM, I guess you could say. What's going on, Carrie? Good to see you, bud. Tuning in. Oh, you're in Orlando. Nice. I agree. But like, yeah, people need to chill. I get it. Well, I mean, look what happened. I mean, right now the Snyder fandom is just like, I don't know. Again, most of the Snyder fandom is just like buzzing about all the Rebel Moon stuff, which we'll be talking about tonight. We're buzzing about all that, but there's just always this fixation on the DC movies and DC and him returning to DC. And I'm just like, I mean, God, can we just not? The guy is so happy right now just doing like creative, original work. We don't need to put him back into the DC machine, please, as I wear this Martian Manhunter shirt. Well, that's how beautiful that shirt is. I haven't worn this shirt in a bit. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to wear this tonight. So, but I'm just saying, we don't need him to do that. I don't want him to come back to DC. I don't want that. I want him to do original stuff. And he's been and he always talks about like different stories. And then the fact that he got the rights back to that 300 story that he wants to do. I just wonder if is he actually going to direct it? Because with all the Rebel Moon and Army stuff, is he going to direct it, or is he going to have another director and just be a producer and co-writer on it? Because obviously when it came to 300 Rise of the Empire, not as good. I only watched it once. I didn't think it was that great, regardless of what's her name. I didn't watch. I remember I watched it in the movie theater, but I didn't want. I don't think. Maybe I did watch it one more time when it was on, at home one time. But obviously, it's not as good as the original 300. I watched the original 300. I don't know how many times, but but when it comes to the sequel, So I'm just kind of. I mean, obviously, there was a clear difference. It's like it was like somebody trying to capture what Zack Snyder did in the first 300. But didn't quite do it. It's just like all these other directors. I mean, he created a signature style when it came to the first 300. And there's been numerous directors out there that have been trying to mimic the slow motion style that he has. And they can't exactly do it. He just does it in such a way that's so freaking beautiful. So that's why like the 300 sequel is just not, it's just kind of, so hopefully if he can do that. And then we still have like the what was the Horse Latitudes movie that he wants to do, which is a smaller movie. There was a version of another like a King Arthur type movie that he wanted to do. And then of course Army, more Rebel. I mean, dude's just flat out super freaking busy when it comes to everything. That's why I just like when people like want him to drop everything and just come back to the DC machine. I'm like, no. Kilmer, what's going on? Eric Smith. Would be cool to see Tim Daly as John. Yeah, no. I've been saying that. I've been actually saying that, if they're going to call it Superman Legacy, let's get some of the old Superman actors, okay? And I'm not going to be one of those people that say, yeah, everybody but Dean Cain. No, get Dean Cain in there somewhere too. I don't care, but get all of them. Get everybody who's been part of Superman. Tom Welling, anybody who's Brandon Ruth. We got to get everybody who's been associated, who's played Superman or been part of the Superman legacy. Let's get them in the movie. I kind of like that idea, and I hope Gunn actually does do something like that. Okay. And, but I know a lot of people hate Dean Cain right now, nowadays, because he's pretty conservative and, but I'm one of those crazy people that go, okay, yeah, I don't have to agree with everything when it comes to politics, but I can also find a common ground. Crazy, right? You can actually find a common ground with people you disagree with, maybe on an overall spectrum. But and I really enjoyed his Superman and really enjoyed Lois and Clark, so I would still very much welcome that. The Black Mamba Studios, what's happening? Godzilla franchise, no matter what others say, I love them all. Good, nothing wrong with that. They're all enjoyable. I don't hate any Godzilla movies or King Kong movies. I enjoy them all. I'm just telling you, like Godzilla -1 is just so fucking good. It's so good. It's just so good. It's just so freaking good, I tell you. Zach's better off where he's at now, although he does have me curious about a Daredevil flick by him, although under the MCU. Oh, that term right there, the MCU. The MCU. It sounds like Sean Connery is pronouncing the MCU. That's right. We're talking about the MCU. What are you talking about there, love? The MCU. Furiosa is going to be cinema. That's damn right. George Miller is going to school everybody again. School. Gears of War. Yeah, there's also that. Yes, we're going to go see it on Saturday. We're going to go see it. Miss Nighthawk and I are going to go see Silent Night. Well, that's tomorrow. We're going to go see it tomorrow. So, yeah, there's Fountainhead, too. Thank you, Mr. Venom. Forgot that he's also been wanting to make a Fountainhead movie. He's also been wanting to make a Fountainhead movie as well, which I always forget about that, which a lot of people who don't like Zack, they always try to throw him under the bus for that, because they're people that don't like that story. They think it's like fascist and whatever the hell. It's very interesting. Who didn't? And that's what's so funny about when it comes to Dean Cain being Superman. I mean, obviously people hate him now because he's very conservative, but it's just so funny because during the 90s, him being Superman was actually very progressive. It was actually very progressive because he's half Asian. He's an Asian Superman, not a white guy. He's not full white. So it's like, so in fact, it was actually very progressive that he was Superman. So I always find that kind of funny. If -1 gets a physical release, I will purchase it. I'm pretty sure it will. So how would you feel if Raimi got the chance to direct Avengers King Dynasty or Secret Wars? I would love it, because I am a fan of Multiverse of Madness. Always a fan of Multiverse of Madness. So yeah. I would be okay with that, because I've been a Sam Raimi fan since I watched Evil Dead, which I mean, I saw Spider-Man. Did I? Yeah, I saw Spider-Man and Darkman and some other Raimi movies before I saw the Evil Dead, the first Evil Dead movie, which was his first movie. But as soon as I saw Evil Dead, and I just love that movie so much. It's my favorite all-time horror movie. So Thanksgiving 2 has just been announced the other day. I still got to watch the first one. So glad I supported. Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I know a lot of people fly. Like I said, horror movies are killing it this year. And you love to see it. Sadly, I didn't get out to go see Thanksgiving. I'll probably watch it when it comes out, and I'll rent it, purchase it, whatever the hell. The trailer triggered some yesterday. It's like they forget that the last 2 Mad Max movies had. I know. I mean, that's the way it always is, right? You always got that part of YouTube that, that's their whole shtick. Female lead. Oh boy, that's right. You know what they're doing? They're being they're woke. They're doing all this, and it's like, wait a minute. Back in 2015, even though it was called Mad Max Fury Road, the Furiosa character was actually more of the lead than Mad Max. And that's always been, like you said, the last 2 Mad Max movies. It's like, yeah, it's Mad Max. It's sure. But I mean, even the first Mad Max was like more like, it's just this. This is the movie right here. And then it was like, all right, let's call it Mad Max. But yeah, it's always never. I think the second Mad Max was more focused on Max, and then the rest of them have not. He's never he's actually been like the supporting character, and it's whatever. You know how that is. When he says he likes them all, does that include Roland Emmerich one? Which one? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? You're gonna have to remind me I don't know which movies you're talking. Which Roland Emmerich are we talking about here? Can't wait for Godzilla or Kong movies. Honestly, I love them all. But even when someone disagrees, I won't fight you. Yeah, exactly. I love having discussions with people that we don't disagree. And you can have like a fun discussion, argument, debate, or whatever. It doesn't have to be like, no, you have to. And it's always great when you can have something like that kind of discussion and you can see each other's points, and I wish more things would be like that when it comes to society or whatever. It's like, we just get so tribal. That's the thing. We just get so freaking tribal. At least he should be able to complete the story arc, if not more. Are you talking about Zack? Yeah, but he's not going to have time, and he's got other story arcs that he wants to do. I hope we could see the completion in like a graphic novel form or something like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it's just right now he's got so much, and he's closed that chapter in his life right now. So it's just the Justice League 2 and 3 live action. It's 100% out of the picture right now, and maybe like later on, decade from now, I don't know, maybe he can come back to DC and do some kind of Kingdom Come with bring back Cavill, bring back Affleck, bring back Adot. I mean, bring back everyone and do like a Kingdom Come type story. That would be pretty sweet, But I mean, I can just assure you right now, it's like when it comes to Zack, he got that movie out. He even said like that movie should not exist, and it does because of the fans, and he thanked the fans. And when you see when that movie ends and you say for Autumn, that's what it was all about. It was about AFSP. It was about Autumn Snyder. It was about his daughter and him making the movie that she would actually enjoy. It was about that. It was about that. And that's why I say, like, we got the link provided in the chat for Sci-Fi Center Williams link. If you want to donate, please donate to that. And that's just what it's all about right there. I like to. Oh, okay, you're talking about the Roland Emmerich Godzilla. Okay, I forgot that he directed that Godzilla. I enjoyed it. I remember watching that. I remember going to the movies. My uncle took me. My uncle Larry took me to that movie. And we enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it after that. I had it on video. I did enjoy the movie, and I can still enjoy the movie. Matthew Broderick, how do you not like Matthew Broderick? It's a good movie, but it's not Godzilla -1. It's not Godzilla 2014 for sure. Those two are just absolute cinema. King of the Monsters, I liked too, but not as much. And then Godzilla vs. Kong, not so much. And Skull Island, those felt more like popcorny type films, But when it comes to Godzilla 2014, Gareth Edwards, and then of course Godzilla -1, fucking cinema, man. That's what that is. Yeah, Eli Roth, he's good at making films. Those whatchamacallit movies, Hostel movies. Those ones were torture porn, and I was like, I'm not really into torture porn because there's a lot of moments in those movies where you go, god damn it, but still pretty good movies. As you should. Sam Raimi. Sam fucking Raimi, man. Definitely, yeah. There you go. I like that. Darkman, yeah. Liam Neeson, baby. Black members of Dave Matthews Band, like the drummer, who's a fantastic drummer, has talked about how he finds it odd that their music wasn't embraced. Yeah, see, that's the thing. But yeah, going back to the Lenny Kravitz thing, I mean, I think it's just it's just the music. It's and that sucks that it wasn't embraced as much because it's I don't know if it's just because is it always just hip hop and rap that I don't know. I like again, I'm not gonna Mr. Whitey face right here, half white. It's not gonna try to comment on that too much. Where I get canceled all the time, but no, but I mean, it does suck that is the case because it's like music shouldn't just be one community has this music. It shouldn't be divided. Everybody should like all. I mean, we all should like any kind of forms of any kind of art that is music. Music's supposed to bring people together for sure. So, Chris Balgo, what's going on, man? Zack getting a chance to bring his passions to life on Netflix is a dream so many artists want. He challenges himself to try something different. That's why, yeah, 100% right there, man. That's what I'm talking about. Cheers, brother. I love that because that's what he wants to do, and I know he still wants to tell the story finish the story of what he started at DC, and hopefully one day he can. But it's just, again, I'm like, all right, yeah, hopefully in some form, and it most likely would be, I think it's just going to be graphic novel or book form, whatever the hell, that we might see that. But right now he's just having so much fun just doing this, and people have to accept that. People have to accept that. It's not about DC movies anymore. Yeah, Drag Me. Yeah, especially the ending. The ending of Drag Me to Hell. Holy shit. That's what I love about Sam Raimi. He doesn't like to have happy endings. He doesn't like to have happy endings. And horror TV shows The Fall. Oh yeah. I still have to watch that. I still have to watch I still have to watch the House of Fall of the House of Usher. I still have to watch that. Yeah. Who I know. People are ridiculous. I do believe you. Oh, I didn't see the woke statement. I just finished editing the lid. Oh, good. Phil, you need to hit me up on something else since you're not on Twitter anymore. If you want to join the panel tonight, and if you want to join the panel tonight, I don't know how to send you a link. So if you could hit me up, Instagram, Patreon. I don't know what to send the link on if you want to join tonight, dude. So let me know. Or if you have an email you want to send me, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna. You don't need to put your email in the chat. So then all of a sudden you get a flood of everybody starts sending you emails of weird shit. Sting is still in shape too. Oh yeah, he definitely is. Yeah, he's like in his 70s too, or getting up there. Yeah, I remember seeing earlier this year Sting still rocking it. I mean, look at Mick Jagger. Dude's like, what, in his 80s? He's still up there doing some good shit. I mean, when it comes to Keith Richards, he's just all the drugs and all the shit that he did. That's what's holding him up. He's just playing guitar like, yep, still alive. I'm like a cockroach. When it comes to Mick Jagger, though, he's kept that energy because, Keith Richards, you just got to stand mainly in one spot, just playing the guitar, which does take energy. But when it comes to Mick Jagger, he has to sing and he still sounds the same. Doesn't sound like old man voice. And he's still moving around pretty damn well. So 2014 cinema, I can't wait. Yeah, I'm telling you, you're going to say that's cinema too. Shin Godzilla. Yeah, I saw that today as well. So, Dave, in your opinion, what's the better social media just to follow creators? Zach's on Vero, but not too many other movie directors, writers, or, I mean, just whatever they're most vocal on, I would say that. I don't know, to follow creators. I mean, whatever they're mainly on, I guess you could say. It's just you have to like figure out what they're mainly posting on, I guess. Could we see Damien have a Dick Grayson origin? Love the Fandom. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you for watching those. Damien have a Dick Grayson origin? I mean, no, because I mean he's Bruce. You can't have Damien have a Dick Grayson origin. Or are you saying like if we see Brave and the Bold, we're gonna see an origin like Dick? I don't know. If you're saying like he's gonna, because I know we just did the Tim Drake episode. We just did the Tim Drake episode on Sunday's Fanimated. And, we joked about it because it's not truly Tim Drake's origin from the comic books. Because, the Tim Drake's origin had to do with Jason Todd's death. And obviously there's no Jason Todd in the animated world. So they kind of just took Jason Todd's origin and combined it with Tim Drake. So they kind of tacked it on Tim Drake. So, yeah, I mean, when it comes to Damien, I mean, his origin, I mean, obviously being his kid and then, of course, League of Shadows and all that stuff, man. Macaulay Culkin, you mean Culkin, I get it. Typo. No, I'm not going to bust your balls on that too much. But, yeah, saw that today. Great. It's about time. So, yeah, it was hard, like hit you in the feels. I love that Catherine O'Hara, his Home Alone mom, was also there, and yeah, it was great seeing that. And then of course he gave like a nice tribute to his wife. I forgot that he had a kid. Also, he has a kid, but yeah, he said something great about his wife. And yeah, good for Macaulay Culkin, man. I mean, it's about time he got that. All right, cool, man. I think I could send you the link through there. So Zach has moved on. Not not again, moved on is in the sense of like he's just moved on to making his own stuff. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We should all be very much happy for him. But you just never know but we could again, this is the whole joke about, that I poke fun at the SnyderVerse to Netflix people. Because I will always say that was always a ridiculous thing and still say it's a ridiculous thing because there's just it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. So that's why I say celebrate the Snyderverse, cheesy. I know cheesy and whatever the hell, but that's why I say that. So, I don't know, Ben, what's going on, bud? Moving. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you were moving. That sucks. Moving sucks. Moving definitely sucks, but hey, good. I'm glad. I know you were trying to get that house. So what's going on? Nicotina's here. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the original Dune movie is crazy. Yeah, it does suck. All right, we're about to wrap it up here with the questions. We'll start getting some people in here. I'm gonna start sending the invites out. Let's see. Sending invites. Whoop. We'll do that. Pop. All right. And there's not going to be probably too many on tonight. Everybody's pretty busy, so we'll see what happens. We'll see who shows up. I think that's going to be probably it for now. Okay. Let's see. Let me double check everything. Let's see messages. It's very bright. Where the fuck? Okay, hold on a sec. Okay. I'll figure it out in a little bit. All right. Let's see. All right, we're about to finish up right now. Yeah, I can only imagine that, dude. Moving sucks. I know I've lived in my place for like over 5 years. And then, sometimes you think about moving. I mean, I want to move. I do. But yeah, right now, but then when you think about it, you're like I'm like, I gotta throw away a lot of shit. Do you cover his origin in Red Robin? Red Robin, yum. That's what anytime I hear Red Robin, I just think of the restaurant. Red Robin. Was that towards Axel? Hey, what's going on, Stephanie T? Good to see you. Welcome. I'll be working on a Christmas movie. Oh, good. Good. Nothing wrong with that. Christmas, yeah. I mean, like I said, last weekend I watched Home Alone 1 through 3, and I will always defend Home Alone 3. I don't care. I like it. Even though it's not, it's not Macaulay Culkin. It's not the same people. I'm trying to even remember what the kid's name is on that, but I do, I remember watching it a lot when it came out on like HBO or something, and I'm like, you know what? It's not that bad. It's got a young Scarlett Johansson in it, before she was anybody, before Lost in Translation and everything. It was great to see Ray on the panel living his best life today. I'm very excited. Yeah, I know. He is so hyped. He's the ultimate hype man. I tell you, that's what I love about Ray Fisher. He's just when he's like smiling and just like that energy that he puts out there, you just go, yes, you just love it. Just absolutely love it. You want Red Robin now? Yeah, good burgers. Good burgers. Definitely that. Apparently the Snyderverse to Netflix people are happy. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I know when I saw that and I went, okay, all right. So he's basically saying what we are all saying, that yeah, licensing and all this stuff. Then I was like, yeah, this is only going to fuel those guys because they were mentioned, and that's what they're going for. They're like, we're noticed. It's like that's pretty much what it is. It's like, oh, they got noticed. I'm like, cool. I mean, fine. Again, the logistics of it all, and then the fact that it's just like, can we just have Zach do original stuff, please? Hey Dave, I never watched Home Alone 2 and 3. Well, watch at least 2. 2, arguably, I mean, there's people that go, it's almost like Batman Begins and Dark Knight. People go back and I go back and forth. Home Alone 2 has better, like, traps, for obviously for Harry and Marv. The traps are better. It's I think it's funnier, it might be, but it is kind of like, they use the same formula. But, obviously the first one is just so iconic when it comes to Christmas movies. So people are not understanding of course not. I mean, anything would be twisted. I feel like I was one of the few people that wasn't blown away by Fury Road. Oh man, the overly simple story and lack of dialogue made me go, wait, that was it? But what about the visuals and stunt work and all the practicality carry? That's what it was mainly about. That's what it's about, man. That's what it's actually about. Did someone say traps? Yeah. I said traps. He straight up murders them. Well, yeah, but I mean, not really. You got to suspend the disbelief. I mean, they could have been murdered in the first one, or at least badly injured. But yeah, I know, bricks to the head, and yeah, they had to up the game. But I mean, you could watch Home Alone 3 again. Going back to Home Alone 3, even those guys. I mean, they weren't like just normal little burglars. They were actual like international fucking people. But they would also got murdered as well. And you just got to suspend disbelief with those. There's also a Home Alone 4, and I would never recommend anyone ever watching that one. I don't even know. And then they did the Home Alone remake that went to Disney Plus. And then I remember seeing the trailer for that and went, nope. Even though they were trying to connect it to the first one, because I think the actor that played Buzz, Kevin's older brother, shows up in that, and he is playing Buzz as a cop. And they tried to just be like, I'm like, nope, you're not going to get me on this one, because I saw the trailer. I'm like, this looks fucking horrible. Looks so bad. Looks very bad. So Home Alone 10. You know what? One of the things, and this is going to be the last thing before I start getting some people in here. I wonder how many pitches, how many times has Macaulay Culkin gotten pitched a Home Alone movie with him? I'm sure there's been numerous times. I mean, I remember hearing that Tom Cruise got so many pitches for Top Gun 2 over 30 years until they finally were like, all right, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it this way. And it fucking worked. That just shows you that Tom Cruise is all about the art. He's all about the art of the blockbuster. There's something to, and when you're watching a Tom Cruise movie, it could be a blockbuster, but there's just something different about it. That's what I love about all the Mission Impossible movies. That's like one of my favorite franchises. But I just wonder how many pitches for a modern day, present day Home Alone that Macaulay Culkin has been sent. I just wonder. And I wonder if there's ever going to be a time where he actually goes, you know what, fuck it. I don't think he will. It just doesn't seem like he will. I mean, I don't even remember the last time he was in a movie, to be honest. But I just wonder how many pitches that he's actually received for a Home Alone. And they could do something cool. It's just I wonder how many pitches Matthew Broderick has gotten for another Ferris Bueller movie, like an updated Ferris Bueller movie. I just wonder like that too, because we technically got like almost like a sequel type for like a Super Bowl commercial like a few years ago, but yeah. Anyways, all right. Writing a lot. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. And I got the background. Okay, cool. All right, we got Andy and we got Andre.
Yo,
what's happening, guys?
Hey, Ben Everett's Home Alone 1 is far superior than Home Alone 2. I'm sorry.
I don't think it's far superior. No.
Oh, it is. It's more believable.
Why? Okay, sorry. Why is that showing both things?
What do you mean?
Okay,
there you go. There you go.
But I guess we could show both. Why not? Keep it.
Yeah.
Shows our little,
Head
title.
cheese. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I'm the head cheese. What could I say? Ooh, forgot my other drink. Anyways, no, I wouldn't say it's far superior. It's not far superior because I get it. Like it's
the original.
I know, but it's using like a similar formula, and I don't like it that it's a year later. I wish it was like a couple years later because all the kids look like they grew up like 4 years.
Oh yeah.
Like Buzz is like deep voice and like he's all it's all, but I think some of the traps are better, and
right.
I do like how they how they did the whole Lost in New York thing. I thought that was pretty creative. Not to mention, I love the Talk Boy recorder that he had. I had one of those because I was so obsessed with that movie. So I wouldn't say it's far superior.
I think it is. I mean, it's a classic movie. I think Home Alone 1 is
a
classic. You could watch Home Alone on any given day, and it would just stand alone. Home Alone 2, you'd be like, what's going on? Did we already do this? I don't understand. So it doesn't stand alone. It's not like Terminator 2 where it stands alone, even though it's a sequel. So that's my take on it.
Okay. What about you, Andy? Nice. I like your your cap. What is that? Your
bandana.
Bandana. There you go. I couldn't think of the word.
My hair was kind of messed today, so I'm like
do-rag.
Do-rag. I mean, it is more of a bandana. So, but wait, what was the question? What do I think about what?
Home Alone.
I watched the first one like twice as a kid. I haven't gone back since.
Fail. Just kidding. It's okay.
I've seen the
first one. Now your homework assignment is to watch the first two at least.
I saw it in theaters. I actually did. I saw it twice.
Listen, I literally just graduated from college. I am not gonna do any more homework for the rest of my life.
This is fun homework. Watching two movies.
This is the best.
Okay, but I get it. Home Alone 2, 3, 4, whatever. Like, yeah, I get it. The kid is home alone for a couple hours, and
hours. It's not a couple hours.
Or days or years or millennia. I don't know. Like for me, I'm just at the point where I'm like, there's only so many movies that I'm willing to go back and revisit. That are from a certain time period. But like for me, I don't think I really connected with the first Home Alone that much. Like if anything, like if I go back to like the early 2000s or late 90s, like I go back to Shrek, for example.
Shrek. Yeah, I never really got into Shrek. I'm not gonna lie. I never got into it that much.
Really?
I never did. Really. Yeah, I don't know why. Just never. I don't know.
I mean, it's funny. I never actually took the time to watch it on my own. Wait. What did Ben just say? Home Alone is the Dark Knight of Oh my god.
Home Alone 2? Is that what he said?
Yeah, Home Alone 2.
It's the Dark Knight of. Yeah.
That's so out of hand.
I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like. Pick your poison. I mean, that's the thing. The same thing when it comes to even the Dark Knight and Batman Begins. I can't pick either. Like people, I've seen them many times where when people say like, what's a take or what's a controversial take. Batman Begins is better than Dark Knight. I'll like agree with that because sometimes I'm like, yeah. Sometimes I feel that Batman Begins is because it's such a great. It's the best. It's my favorite origin story of a superhero.
Yeah.
So I love, and they're both, and the fact that people can have that argument just shows you that Nolan was like, okay, when it comes to the sequel, I'm going to have, it's not going to be, not so much that it's like a different tone. It's just, but there's, for some, I don't know. It's just Nolan doing
bigger. It needs to be bigger.
It was bigger. And it was more cinematic. I think it was. It's not even saying that it's more cinematic. It's just.
Well, no, it
just had a different. It kind of is because, I mean, even Gotham City feels different. There's nothing with the Narrows in it.
Yeah.
It almost seems like the first one was just very, very international. Even though there's a scene in Dark Knight where he does go to Hong Kong. I don't know. It's just there's a different feel for both of them.
Well, it had a larger scale when it comes to the Dark Knight. So it had a grander scale. They went to Hong Kong. The way he exited out of Hong Kong was pretty epic. But I think that when it comes to like Batman Begins, it's a great movie. but he was more of a comic book adaptation movie. I felt like, more of like Batman Year One. But then when you got to The Dark Knight, I felt like The Dark Knight was the first time a superhero film was taken seriously by a really good director. And that's when I was like, wow, he just showed everybody that you can make a superhero movie and still have it be like a cinematic, kick-ass movie that's going to do, gangbusters at the box office.
Yeah.
And no one had ever done that. I mean, the last time we saw we saw Batman in Batman Begins, obviously, but before that, it was like Batman and Robin, so you just hadn't seen that kind of scale for a superhero film and done so well. So
true. Very true. I mean, yeah. Pick your poison. I don't really. I mean, again, even same thing with Home Alone 2. I don't. If somebody likes Home Alone 2 more, I get it. I mean, I think Home Alone 2 has one of the funniest scenes out of the two of them, which I posted about when that tool, the tool thing goes down the stairs and then they get smashed between the door and their noses are smashed up, and Marv goes, "That was the sound of a tool chest falling down the stairs." And then they adjust their noses. I just that scene always makes me just bust up. And
there was some brutal traps too, in both of them. It was just like
yeah, but the second one upped it big time.
Oh yeah, they did do that. I'll give it that. But in the first one, he steps on the nail. I was just like, oh God.
Yeah, that one's hard to watch sometimes. It's like, oh, geez, nail right to the bare foot. Oh, just hurts. But anyways, so how's everybody doing tonight? How was everybody's Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was horrible.
Well, yeah, I didn't think you would celebrate it, Andy.
Well, I'm vegetarian, so I'm like turkey. Oh,
I was sick. My wife was sick. My kids were sick.
Yeah.
Everybody was sick. So it was a pretty lousy Thanksgiving. I'm still getting over it. So I'm sure this nice ice cold beer will help me get through it for a couple hours. But no, it just lately I felt like every time I get sick, I get it like this really intense sickness, and then I get over it in like a day. But then, obviously there's still remnants kind of, I've been hacking up shit like every single day. But like I said, like I posted this on X that as a kid I loved being sick. I was like, oh, I get to stay home from school. This is awesome. I get to watch daytime TV. It really sucks. Now it's like when you get sick, it's like, oh man, this sucks. It's brutal. And then like you're not young enough to where you can like fight it off while you're playing and doing whatever you want to do. You're just bedridden and everything sucks. So, yeah, being sick sucks. Absolutely sucks.
Those days when you're like, I could stay home from school, watch The Price is Right. Watch cartoons.
Days of Our Lives.
Maury Povich.
It's funny that you say that, Andy, because my mom used to watch Days of Our Lives all the time. And, yeah, when I stayed home sick, there was times where I watched it with her. And I remember that
they were doing.
And you see that hourglass?
Yeah.
Listen. That hourglass was very soothing for me for whatever reason. So you leave it alone. Plus, also, I will tell you the next time Rebecca's on, talk to her about soaps. She loves soaps.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Because I mean, with the Supergirl radio show, I know they do that thing where they'll like do the reenactments, with like kind of in a in the old timey way. I actually was a voice in her last episode.
I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know if I was like, she asked if I could be like the director in this one thing, which was like from a Supergirl comic book where it's like somebody was directing something, and I just had 3 lines, but yeah, it was pretty fun doing that. It's just 3 lines, easy enough to do it, but I try to sound like that. She even said like, oh yeah, it's like in this kind of sense, and I was like, cool, and apparently it worked. But yeah, it was fun doing it. I think Scott was a part of it too. Yeah, Scott was also a part of it too. So yeah, if you guys give a listen to Supergirl Radio podcast, yeah, I don't know if you'll recognize the voice. I try to hide it a little bit, got to do a little voice acting, got to make
mystery.
It. Yes. That's right. International.
Well, it's crazy because like growing up, like so your mom would watch Days of Our Lives or whatnot.
Yep. And
my parents, because I'm Hispanic, they would watch all the telenovelas every night. Oh my God, it was like
yeah.
Like the dramatic close-ups,
Yeah.
And like all those shows, you know, they don't do like Days of Our Lives where it goes on for like 30 years. They
I know.
they do one show, end it, another show, end it. Like each show is like, you know, 10 episodes long. And so they just get sucked into these stories, and it's just one after another after another. And they even had the guy from oh god, what was his name? He was from Chips. But he was the Hispanic guy.
Yeah,
what was
Estrada.
his name?
Estrada?
Yes, Johnny
Eric-
Estrada, not Johnny
No.
Estrada.
Eric
Eric Estrada,
yes.
yes. So he was in it. It was called Dos Mujeres Un Camino. Two women, one road. And he was in it, and he was the main character, and he didn't know how to speak Spanish. And if he did, he didn't know very well. So
No.
what they would do is they put an earpiece in, and they would read him his lines. And so my parents were always like, oh, he butchered that line. But so he was literally being fed the line
That's
before
horrible.
he says it. Can you imagine someone speaking to you in Spanish and you have to like regurgitate that? Like, that's...
Yeah, that's got to be it's so funny because it's like his whole thing.
I was like, oh my god! In certain
Wow.
shots, you could see the earpiece too. Like
Oh,
those,
wow,
like
that's
Secret Service
hilarious.
ones. But it was funny because I mean I don't speak Spanish, but I would watch it with them, and I understand a good portion of it. So I was into it at one point, but to this day, if my parents come up to spend the night at like 6 or 7 o'clock, they need a TV, like
And to watch
because they want to watch their shows. Yes,
or their
Unless it's the
stories.
weekend.
Everybody always calls soap operas. I gotta watch my stories.
yeah.
But
Unless
it's
it's the
just-
weekend. On the weekends they don't show them. They're only during the week.
Yeah, of course. And it's
was like, oh
funny
my
because,
God.
like you said, it's like the like your days are Days of Our Lives still happening, still going on, right?
Yeah.
They're doing
After
a
like how
spin-off.
many years? It's like how many different, and then if you were to watch it like right now, it'd probably be like the same shit that it was back in the 90s and the 80s. Who's sleeping with who's like got a devious plan, and they always do those dramatics
Who
like,
did Marlena kill this time? You know, that was one of my favorite storylines when I was sick, like the Salem Stalker storyline.
Oh my God.
It was I was like, this shit is so fucking hilarious, and I'm eating it all up. So like when I actually had to go back to school when I wasn't sick anymore, I'm like, oh, fuck! I don't want, like, I kind of want to ditch school now just to see what happens next. But yeah. So
yeah, it's crazy. Hey, there's Phil.
Oh, he got the link.
what
Yeah,
up, daddy?
Nice, nice. No,
How's it going, fellas?
It's
I'm
funny
pretty good.
because, like, our parents watch these shows, like, religiously, like they were just totally into it. And like, as a kid growing up, I remember one of the shows. There was a few of them, but one of the shows that I would always watch after school, it was like I had to watch it. One was Power Rangers, but two was the Batman the Animated Series. I used to always watch that show every weekday after school. I forgot what time. I think it was like 3 o'clock or something. And like it was such a good show that as a kid, I felt like I was watching like a movie, because of the whole intro, and it was always a good story too. So
We're talking about soap operas right now. I mean, I'm sure you heard.
I
But
heard.
yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
he and I, we watch Shameless. That's like the modern soap at this point.
Yeah, but that's a good show. That's just a
a
good
good
show.
show. That's a
Shameless.
good show.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And it's just
Um,
soap operas are just I don't know. They're always just like, I always loved it when something dramatic would happen and they do that like zoom in kind of thing before they
Yeah.
cut to the next scene. Everything was always like.
Oh, by the way, Dave, because
Huh.
one of the last times me and Lip were on, we couldn't decide which character from Shameless you are. Who do you think you are from Shameless? Because
I
Lip,
don't know. Everybody always says I'm the bartender dude. I forget his name.
Kevin, yeah,
Kevin,
you know,
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the bartender.
What's his
Yeah.
name? Who actually?
Yeah.
Steve Lemmy. Steve Lemmy, not Steve Lemmy. Steve something.
Steve
It's like-
Howie.
Steve Howie.
Yeah.
Steve Lemmy is the Super Troopers guy. Yeah.
Which is a great movie, by the way.
I actually wanted Steve Howie before Shazam was cast. I wanted him to be Shazam. I thought he'd be a good Shazam.
well, I mean, James Gunn,
dude's
James
fucking
Gunn-
huge too. He's big as he's already.
yeah,
you
he's
Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell this to everyone. Here's a good promo for Shameless. If you want to know what Shameless really is about, Kevin just lets it hang out in the first episode, and it's God bless his soul.
There you go, right there. But yeah,
Hilarious.
so yeah, I think somebody mentions like, oh yeah, you would be like his character. I was like, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I'm obviously
goofy.
Ian. I'm obviously
There you
Ian.
Yeah.
I don't know which one of our crew is Frank, because it's kind of like we both love we both love to hate Frank, but we also there's times
Love
where
him.
like fuck Frank comes through.
Frank's great, but then yeah, sometimes you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't
Oh
know.
God, yeah, no.
Yeah.
He's done some stuff where you're just like, geez, no.
Yeah. So, but
That's why it's
yeah,
called
Which is
Shameless.
awesome.
exactly. It fits the show. But yeah, I stopped watching. I think I haven't. I've watched like the first 3 seasons, and then I kind of fell off. I need to revisit that show.
You should. I mean, I consumed all
brilliant.
11. I first time I watched it, I consumed all 11 seasons in 1 month.
It was 11 seasons, man. I totally fell off way too
I know.
early.
My wife has watched every single episode, and I've watched the majority of them with her. It's a
Yeah.
funny show, though. It's just totally
Yeah.
outrageous.
Well, I was really into Californication. Loved that show.
That's a good
and
one,
that was
too.
always like there was like on Showtime. It was Californication, then right after Shameless. So I would watch Shameless as well. But Californication. I mean, coming from X-Files, love X-Files, and I love
Yeah.
David Duchovny. And when I watched that show, it was complete like opposite from Fox Mulder for sure. So,
Well,
And-
you know,
I
And
still
I
want to
just-
spin off for Shameless. I want Shameless to come back for a spin off with well, if I had to, no, with I mean that would be my second trip, but I mean, because actually because his the actress who plays Veronica, her show just got renewed for season 2 on NBC this week.
Wow.
So like I would only want to spin off with those two if they were actually together. But no, I would want my beloved Gallowich to get oh my god, Dave doesn't even know what that is. It's Ian and Mickey,
oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Milkovich.
the homos. Yeah.
Nikki Milkovich. Yeah,
Yeah.
played by Noel Fisher. Yeah.
Oh, that man is so fine. Listen,
Yeah, well, yeah,
listen.
I definitely-
it's crazy because I mean during that time where that show was really really hot. I think it came out in like 2011. That was a time
It's
when
insane. It's insane that it was that long.
But that
ago.
was
Yeah,
during a
yeah,
time
I think-
when you had Showtime and HBO producing like these shows that were just really really good, and it made you want to subscribe to their or whatever, add them to your cable
Yeah,
bill or
your
whatever.
cable. Yeah.
And but they were really good shows, and I feel like now they've kind of scaled that back to only just a select number of shows that they pour their money into, like Game of Thrones and a few other ones. But it felt like back then there was a much bigger selection of shows that they were really competing with. But
Well,
it's,
I think it's more like, I mean, you could find those shows here and there, but there's just so much content out there that it's hard to find those kind of shows. Like, but this was before streaming, so it was appointment viewing.
Yeah.
It was like, I remember when, like I said, I was a big Californication fan. So it was like on Sunday nights. And I remember when the roommate I was living with, we both liked the show. So it was appointment viewing every Sunday. And then, of course, like I said, Shameless was when that came about. That was part of, oh, yeah, you watch Californication. And then right after you get this new show, Shameless. So we started watching that too, which is how they did that. They bundled them together.
Was
like
DVR
that.
thing back in 2011?
Oh yeah, there was still DVR.
Okay.
Yeah, there was DVR. We had a DVR.
DVR was like the
server.
first shot you had at like, oh, this is kind of like streaming. But back then
Yeah.
we didn't know that. And then they started doing on demand, especially like with cable.
Yeah.
And that really changed things up, because you're like, oh wow, I can watch these shows whenever the fuck I want to. This is even better. And then that's when, as soon as cable companies started doing that, that was pretty much when Netflix and Amazon, all the mainly Netflix, really upped their game and started getting more premium content on their service. Because for a while there, like early on, like Netflix had a bunch of random movies. Nothing. I remember it was like nothing of really any value. I was just like, oh, this is just a lot of stuff. And then as it went on, it made more and more money. Then it got more premium content, and then they started doing their own Netflix originals, which completely changed the game. And now you have everyone doing that now. I mean, you got Amazon with their originals, Apple TV. I mean, Monarch is just a fabulous show.
I have not seen it yet. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there's so much shit out there. I'm still trying to catch up on Gen V.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Imagine we didn't get to have that problem in 2011, because like in 2011, because that was the first year. Sorry.
It's first world problems. That's what I'm saying.
First
Yeah,
world
like
problems,
Third world
definitely.
whatever the hell they call it. I don't know. I don't know.
Because in 2011, that was the first year I didn't have, because my only appointment television growing up was Smallville for 10 years. So when 2011 happened, I'm like, fuck, all I have now is like Gossip Girl, and
Gossip Girl was good.
yeah, but maybe we can talk about that finale.
I never got into it.
I mean, I would maybe just watch the first season, Dave, and then like if you
Gossip Girl gave us Blake Lively, right?
Yes.
they gave us a lot of people, like, you know.
Yeah, I know there's some other people in there too.
Penn Badgley,
But talk amongst yourselves. I gotta get my drink. Hold on, I'll be right back.
But no, it's no shame. That's the thing. That's so funny when I see something like Shameless airing in 2011. I'm like, they were able to do all of this back then, because like, you know, this is not a comedy. This is a drama. This is a dark comedy.
Yeah, it is. But that's the kind of show you can still do even now, I think, on Showtime, right? But if you did it on, I don't know. I mean, because who the hell watches network TV anymore? I mean, the other day I was watching football, and they were having commercials for network TV shows, and I'm just like, dude, who still watches this? And I know my father-in-law, him and his wife, they love network TV. They're also, you know, a lot older than I am, and they love CBS. That's their favorite channel to watch shows on. But like, I don't watch any network TV at all other than sports. That's the only thing I watch on live television these days.
The CW was the last thing I had, like, you know, because, you know, now, you know, because I don't even know if I'm gonna watch Middlewest final season live. You know, I'm probably gonna, because I'm like, well, I don't know. CW is always just like, and they also have the messiest airing schedule where like, here's 3 episodes, then we're taking a 1 month break. And I'm like, y'all fucking plan better.
Well, dude,
you know, but
it used to be brutal, like what Dave was saying about how Californication was on Sundays. If you weren't home on that Sunday and you fucking missed it, like you just gotta hope that they show it again later during the week, because otherwise it's like,
which usually, if like, you know,
they would,
they would show it, like, especially on the premium channels like your HBO, Cinemax, or Showtime. They would show like that episode. Oh yeah, it's gonna air again on Tuesday at this time, or blah blah blah. So luckily they had that. But, I mean, when it came to network TV though, that was difficult. You had to wait till they showed reruns. Like, they skipped a week, they didn't have a new episode, so they showed a rerun. Yeah, I know. Back in our day, god damn.
Look at that stud, Andy. Look at that guy. He's just fucking built like an ox.
Yep. We got the Young Bucks showing up. Hey, what's going on?
Did you get a haircut?
Yes, I got a haircut.
Oh, look
And
at
I got a new
you.
mic.
Wow.
good. Now just get a personality, and you're all
You
set.
got the Yeti.
Yeah, I
Good
got the
job,
Yeti.
dude.
Get a personality.
Oh, come on, Andy. Don't start with the dick already.
He just got himself a new haircut and a new mic. Come on.
Yes.
You know.
Am I sounding good?
Now I
No.
want to turn your gain up a little bit.
Just kidding.
Might be a little low.
Wait,
But, what's going on, Axel?
which setting do you have? Do you have it like surrounding, or do you have it where it's just directed at?
Yeah, make
He
sure you got
doesn't
the
know.
yeah, because sometimes these mics, like, if there's like that, what you said, the surrounding, right? If it's absorbing every sound or just the sound this way,
Yeah.
What kind of mic did you get, Axel?
This is a blue Yeti. Andre.
Oh, yeah.
actually recommended
What I
this.
got.
And
Me too.
Yes. Thank you,
No,
Andre.
that's good. Yeah, you sound good. You're fine. You're
I'm
fine.
the odd man out. I don't have a Blue Yeti.
What do you have?
No, you
Yeah,
have.
but
a
you sound
Shure.
fine though. Your
True.
voice sounds
Very
good.
true, very true.
Sounded better than
SM7B,
I
it's like
have on this.
you have the top of the line stuff, Phil. Only the best
Sometimes.
for you.
Yeah, I
Um,
suppose, yeah.
Just Axel, make sure it's on the option that looks like a heart. That's the one you want it on.
Yep. Is that what
And
it
then
is?
and then make sure you're talking to it, like the red light should be pointing at you.
Yeah.
And then you want to talk to this part of it right here.
Yeah.
Just this front part.
Like that.
There you go. You're good.
Yeah, you're
It
good.
still
There
sounds- it
you
still
go.
sounds Weird. Are you sure you're plugged into your main microphone? Have you checked? Because
Oh,
streaming.
yeah, you
No,
should
no,
check
do
the
a test.
settings.
Do a test.
Yeah.
Test. Go ahead. Test it.
Oh, Mike.
So go to settings.
Is this better?
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
I love how he was
Yeah.
giving me I love how he was giving me the glare when I was actually trying to help him. Like, you fucking ungrateful little brat.
Let's not start this today.
Jesus.
Oh,
Oh my god.
oh, the Andy and Axel show. That's what it's gonna turn into.
A&A.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to separate you two. Don't let me
No,
separate
no,
you.
he had to respect me now. I'm a college graduate as of today. You know,
Hey,
like,
congratulations.
I'm an NYU
Thank you.
Yeah,
student.
congrats, man. That's a
Congratulations.
big
Yeah.
achievement.
You know?
What are you? I think it's what are you doing?
He's taking a
Nothing.
picture. There's nothing wrong with taking a picture, Andy.
Of his closet?
No, he
No,
took a
the selfie.
selfie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, why is he thinking?
Yeah, he's taking a picture of the ghost in his closet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the closet.
Yeah. No, we're good. All right. So yeah, I think we've we definitely talked about a lot of just things that appointment viewing and all the watching TV shows, everything that happened before
Axel knows nothing about that.
Yeah, no, that's why I said that.
Knows
doesn't
nothing about
exist.
what.
No, we're just talking
Exactly.
about like old TV shows and stuff.
Oh,
that.
like
Not even
well,
that
yeah, we
old.
had in Australia we had this like thing called Foxtel where it was pretty much our version of cable TV.
Foxtail.
Yeah,
Foxtail?
Foxtail, mate.
I like that. I
Foxtail?
like
Yeah.
Sounds
bro.
like an anime. or
There was a
something.
golf course and bar where I used to live named Foxtail.
that. Nice.
I got hammered there quite a few times.
Oh,
Nobody cares.
Nobody
I care.
cares. Thank you, Axel.
I had cocaine.
Oh, you're a
on
good
Wednesday.
supporter.
Anyway,
Did you, wait, whoa.
I played the fifth.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say?
Whoa.
What did
You
he
were
say?
serious about that?
Let's move on to another topic.
Okay,
What did he do?
You just said it right
Andy,
now.
we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll talk about it in DMs, babe.
I,
all right,
I don't
anyway.
want you to DM me. I can barely stand you on
Babe.
air.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
okay.
I can't believe you just like said that publicly.
Yeah, well, I had to get it out. I don't know. What else to
You
say.
had to
Oh,
get it
man.
out, and if you missed it, you missed it.
You missed
Yeah.
it. It's like cable TV. If you missed it, you missed it.
You missed it.
Unless
It's
it comes
over.
back on.
I remember. I mean, because you know,
better get a TV guide.
Because
Yeah.
I know you like to tweet out everything that's on your mind.
Yeah.
And you did tweet out that I just thought it was a joke, but apparently,
Oh no, I
said that
only
right
have a
now.
little bit.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
He's nothing but
Yeah.
honest on Twitter.
well, hopefully
too
that
honest
doesn't-
sometimes.
that-
Now
hopefully
I
that
have
does
to
not
look.
become a habit. Okay.
No, it's not going to become it. No, of course not.
Okay.
Fuck Twitter.
Fuck Twitter. Like
Fuck
Phil said.
Twitter. Fuck Twitter. Fuck that
Phil
place.
is just living life.
I'm just living life.
Fuck
Living
that
his
place.
best life.
Fucking much, like Axel. Like it's hard to find.
What's that?
I'm looking for your Twitter. Like, you tweet so fucking much. It's like it's.
You know every time he's eating rice.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
talking
Right.
shit about James Gunn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't do that. I try not to. but
Liar.
You try not to.
I'm a liar. Okay.
You're a bad liar. You're a very bad liar. I'm not even on Twitter anymore, and I know that's a lie.
You're a bad liar.
Yeah.
Good.
But
okay.
okay, so how are we feeling about I mean, obviously, you know, Zack Snyder, Rebel Moon, so much things happened this week and even currently happening today. Of course, CCXP was happening today. Those lucky motherfuckers over in Brazil, they got to
watch the
Rebel Moon.
movie.
They
Yes.
did.
Yep.
Yeah.
They screened it.
Oh,
They got the
Christ.
full experience and then watched the movie. I was like, Jesus, that's.
I can't wait to have spoilers now being revealed.
Was there seats there or were they just
Yeah.
standing for 4 hours or
I
however
don't
long it
know.
is? There's like,
No,
You
there's
really
like-
think they're gonna stand and watch a movie?
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
now.
I mean, for
I would.
Professionalism, I would stand.
I would fucking
Yeah.
stand there.
I would. But no, they were seated.
This was in Brazil.
Yes. So
Brandon Davis was there.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Brandon Davis was there. Some Screen Rant people were there
Yeah.
too.
Shout out to Tatiana.
Yeah, was she there? Okay.
No, she's
Yeah.
there. Yeah, she's there. Yeah, she's there.
She was. That's from Screen Rant, right?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
my longtime co-host on the Flash podcast.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, lucky people got to go there, and I mean, man, one of the things that was really cool. One of the first. I mean, obviously Zach and Debbie showing up. That was cool.
Awesome.
Did you guys see the whole thing where like people were going into like a virtual like
Yeah.
studio, and they were able to be directed by Zack Snyder for a
Yes.
little bit? I was like,
I'll
see,
go that.
again, how do you not love Zack Snyder? What other director would actually fucking do that? Like seriously, like
Nobody.
what
Whoever
other
fucking Eagle
director
gets
would
bought by.
actually take the time? I mean, obviously he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it for like, you know, the whole time and do it for a bunch of people. But he was like, all right, let's just go ahead and set up this whole thing, and people who are dressed up or whatever the hell can can just go there, and this is this and literally be directed by Zack
is
Snyder
so
right
awesome.
here.
That's so cool.
I mean, the guy doesn't. The energy that this man has.
He's
I
like
don't know
a
where
big
he
kid,
gets
pretty
it.
much.
The dude is just always energetic and always about his fans. And look, he's looking at it like a director. He's looking at the camera screen. He's like giving
locked in,
instructions.
man.
He's doing all that. He's like,
Oh,
"This is
look
your
at that. Look at the
marker.
background.
Do this."
Well done, Netflix
And
investing
even
in
calling
this.
action. Look at that. I mean, that's so freaking cool.
That's pretty neat. Yeah, I like that.
See? And even like it. He's like, "Yep, there it is."
I mean, they have a whole rig set up. I mean, that's so cool.
Look at that.
Look at
It's
that
so
Jimmy
freaking
statue.
cool.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
And then he's even giving her more instruction. Like he wants to make the shot perfect.
Hey, I just wanna say this. I want this to be directed to a specific person. Hey, Tyler Siegel, how can you hate this man? Like
Oh,
seriously.
There's a couple names you can interchange there. Tatiana Siegel, Joanna Robinson.
Oh, yeah, there's a
Alicia
lot of
Russo. You know, there's a few.
Well, they've put him into a category. That's
They
the
have.
thing. You know, and that's the sad fact of the matter is, and it's so funny because if you were to talk to this man and just get that energy that he has, I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it when the people that just like they look at him like, oh yeah, he's got tattoos, he's a white boy, he's this, and so he must be like, oh yeah, and he likes Fountainhead and all, you know, and he has like the certain way that he, and I'm like, what do you want? Like, what did you just have this preconception of like him?
He's a
before
big
actually-
nerd. Like,
He
you
is
see his
a neighbor
office,
girl
it's
Sweden for all
it's
these
full of
years.
comics, like collectibles and stuff, like
Yeah.
the 300 helmet. Like, did you guys see that he has like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comic? I thought that was
He has the original
Yes.
prints.
Yeah,
From,
that's
an
awesome.
Eastman. He when he showed that, I mean, that's how big of a dork that he is, because and you know he's done that even on here, where it's like, you know, if he talks about something and he goes, oh yeah, let me go get it, and he just gets up and gets it and goes, yeah, I have this, you know, and that just shows you he's like one of us. He's one.
That's
of
why
us.
it was so special to
One
see him
of
on the
us.
cover.
What? Yeah, go on.
That's why it was so cool to see him on the cover of THR. Like, you know, I'm like,
great.
that's just glorious.
I love
Jumping on a
the,
trampoline, and he's 57 years old. He hasn't lost a step. Dude's got so much. If I could have just like 1/16 of his energy, I tell you
He's
what.
gonna live till he's 200. Like at this point,
Dude. Like the dude is like, I mean, it
He's,
seems
like,
like he looks
ageless.
younger now.
yeah,
it
my
seems like he looks-
dad did not look like that when he was 57. You know, I mean, you know, God bless my father, but it's like, if you told me that Zack Snyder was 57, you know, like right now, if I didn't know, I would be like, you're fucking kidding me. Like this man is not 57.
He doesn't.
Well, he
he
takes
looks like
care
he's
of
like
himself.
he
He's
looks
in
like he's
great
like
shape.
37. That's
Yeah.
what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, he's still got all that energy. I remember when I was talking, I interviewed like this was before the Snyder Cut came out. I even said that to Debbie. I'm like, where does a man find his energy? And she's just like, yeah, she doesn't even get it either. And it's his wife. You know,
what
and then
I thought this entire time? I think he has some form of Asperger's with like a hyper focus for
Yes.
these kind of.
yes, it's something like that. There's something. Some people just have that. I mean, and it's not even a bad thing.
It's not enough.
Yeah.
I mean, heck,
No.
fuck, I have Asperger's. You know, it's,
Yeah.
it's you know, you can live with it, but like, you have the hyper focus of like he has this sense of, you know, he has this big focus for artistry, whether it is film, TV, comics, you name it.
No, I mean, it's just he just has this natural. Just you watch like old things with him, you watch new things, and he just has this energy to him, and it's you know it. Just if you're ever like in this again, you know, if you just talk to him, you just feed off that energy. And that's why you never hear bad things from anybody who's worked from him. They always work for him. Like anybody who's been in his movies, every actor doesn't say a bad thing about him. And everybody just goes like, yeah, of course. Why would you not want to work with Zack Snyder? I mean, that's the thing. It's like, no matter like what these, you know, these fucking idiots out here that, you know, that want to put him into like a certain category.
yeah.
It's like, have you ever spent time with the man? Just spend time with the guy and you realize that you put something on him that you received from somewhere else. You put some kind of label on him, and he's not that person. You're like, oh, he's this guy, and like, no, he's not. Just because of a certain thing that you might have heard, or maybe a certain thing that he might have said, or something like that. But it's like, no, like if you actually were to spend time with him, or even just talk to him, it's hard not to just the energy that he has. And he just loves the art so much, and he loves sharing it. That's the thing. I mean, one of the things that I said, like at the Full Circle event, before we did our little commentary thing, and it was just funny because we were getting mic'd up, and he's like looking on his phone. He's like messing around on his phone, and then he just like hands his phone to me and he shows me a couple of stills from Rebel Moon. Just like,
Wow.
Oh shit. I'm like, whoa, shit that we haven't seen too, by the way. And I'm like, whoa, that looks cool. And he goes swipe again. And I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, wow, that's a cool shot. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, he just likes to do that. That's why, like, anytime that he's been on here or any other stream or podcast or whatever, when he starts looking down at his phone, I go, oh God, he's gonna search. Remember, like Nicotina, or Andre, like, remember when we had the Deck the Hall stream, and he starts looking down at his phone. I'm like, crazy. Oh shit, something's about to come up. And then all of a sudden he starts pulling up the Batman fucking Junkie XL, And
he just started playing it too, just like, hey, check this out. Yeah.
And then he just like goes, hey, listen to that. And he just puts it up to, he's like, just like, he just does that shit. And it's just like,
that's
he
the
loves
thing too, is that a lot of us, if we were in that same situation where we were making these, incredible movies and doing all this cool shit, like, I would want to share it with anybody that I'm talking to, like, hey, check this out. You know what I mean? Like, and then even when he was on with the girls and Meg and all them, and he showed the picture that you're wearing on your chest of Martian Manhunter, because we had never seen like what he had looked like, and he showed the image of him briefly on his phone. You know what I mean? Like, no other director does that. No other director has that kind of interaction, and because he's established himself as that kind of director, you're going to get this massive turnout, like at CCXP. Like, everyone knew, like, I want to go because he's the most interactive director that we've ever seen. And look, he's filming fans dressed up as Korra. It's just like, what? This is insane.
So good. And it's also insane. We got somebody that's going to be joining in who hasn't been in here in a while. And holy shit, here we go. We got Garza showing back
Oh,
up.
no.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Man, what's up, man? You can hear me, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Loud and clear. How's it going?
Yeah, what's going on, man? It's been it's weeks, I think, months, maybe. I don't know.
Months. I was not weeks, but months. It's been a couple of
lifetimes.
Yeah, it's been, oh man. But
thanks for joining, man.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to come in and just go on that Home Alone fucking conversation. No, I'm just fucking around.
Home Alone 1 is a classic.
What are your thoughts? Because obviously we heard your buddy Ben was like, Home Alone 2 is better. But I'm one of those people. I'm like, I don't really care. I think they're both great. So I'm like,
I think they are. It's just, you got to think about like the fact that they made a second one and then it was at least somewhat quality. Like the fact that he got his ass left home again. It was not you know what I mean? Like, it's not even a. How did that happen? And it does.
The way that they pulled that off, where it's like, all right, he's not going to be home, and they got to somehow get him to like another city that they're at, and somehow they had to make it work with like he had money, he was able to check into a luxury hotel, and I was like, See, that's what I love about it. I mean, you got to suspend some disbelief, sure, but I love the fact that it's like, okay, so then how? We're totally back on the Home Alone thing again. But how do they get him into a house where he's going to take on those two idiots again with traps? And I thought they made it work. He's like, oh yeah, he's got an uncle that's at this house. It's being renovated, and he's just going to like bust in and use that as a place to put all the booby traps. Yeah, and it worked. It worked, in my opinion. And Tim Curry's in it. Come on.
Yeah, Tim Curry's great.
But for real though, on the real bullshit. I don't know what's really going on because obviously I've been deep dive in my cave here for the last couple of months, losing my mind. But man, Rebel Moon looks cool.
Looks good, huh?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Don't y'all agree?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Oh, absolutely.
We're all raving
Definitely.
about it, especially.
Oh
everything
yeah,
that-
yeah.
Yeah, it
No,
looks alright.
it looks
Mid.
amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Oh, it looks really, really good.
no, well, I was actually surprised. So I think what was it, like the last trailer that we had or something like that with you know, kind of seeing a little bit more of like everything that's kind of, I guess, forming, and then all of a sudden I'm on Twitter real quick, and it was like somebody had posted this fucking photo of something like where it was like comparing Noble, is that his name? Yeah. Noble
Yeah, the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the experiments from Army of the Dead
Oh yeah.
and with the zombie, and then these blue eyes, and I was like, wait. And I know what he was saying, like he had mentioned that they were part of like maybe the same universe. And I was like, wait, is that
Yep.
is that something like
That was crazy.
Could be
at the end of the
something.
day, like the fact that it's the same blue eyes, I mean,
That was cool.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's see. Let me pull up. I had like I may even made a
Maybe it
thumbnail.
could be a
It
clone. Maybe
could be so. I mean,
No,
like I said, I mean,
I think it's cool that like you're looking at Rebel Moon, which is essentially in a galaxy far, far away, but yet
Yeah.
somehow that technology or that whatever that is has made its way to Earth, and I think that's awesome.
well, I mean, like one of the things that not even just like that, but it was also just like the haircut of him too. Because I even made the when I talked about it on Film Junkie Live, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna make the thumbnail and just kind of compare Zeus to Noble. I mean, they both have similar freaking haircut.
They do. They do.
So there's also
Oh,
that part too, and then of course you
I
have the
think
blue
it just
beard.
could be that's the I don't know what's the army called that in Rebel Moon.
The
Because
Imperium.
Yeah, the Imperium. Like Korra has that in a flashback, so I think that just could be their way, maybe.
Yeah, that could be a standard haircut for the Imperium.
Yeah.
True.
yeah, it could be, but it's fucking Zack Snyder, so no, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna fucking just accept that it's just a goddamn
Right.
fucking haircut. Okay, no, I'm just
Fair
kidding. I'm fucking around.
You sound like somebody else we know.
Look at this. Oh, Ben's like, holy, oh, look at
I know.
that.
Why isn't Ben here? Why isn't Ben here?
He's like trying to dig his shit out of boxes right now to
Does he
log
not
in.
have a phone? He can just get on his phone and just talk to us.
No, I know, but the whole thing though, I will say, like I'm taking like a mini break from doing things because I have spent the last 4 fucking months of rewrite shit,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know what, I realized, I was like, man, you know that I always wanted to see something, and I'm like, how do I like make something that doesn't really exist? And so I was like, you know, fantasy and shit, Game of Thrones, right?
Yeah.
But no, maybe could have been. Who cares?
But he was like a baby when the show premiered. So
Well, even so, one thing I don't see in fantasy is like
What?
Tarantino dialogue. Like you never really see that kind of shit, right? Like ever.
Interesting.
And so I was like, you know what? I wonder if it's possible. How does it feel? Like, how does that work? And that's one of the things that I'm excited about seeing with Rebel Moon is the kind of dialogue that he does in there, because just based off of what I can tell, I mean, it sounds different. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like it's like the Star Wars type dialogue.
It's not going to be. There's no way. No. I see where you're getting at. And, Zach's always been good with dialogue as well. And I'm kind of curious myself of like how, like, some of these exchanges between the characters are going to be. It's not going to just be like your standard, like, oh, we got to move the plot along. Let's do something off the cuff. Like, what would happen if like these two are just over here dealing with something minor or something like that, No, I get what you're saying.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I think there's
I
definitely going to have some kind of something, got to be something that's going to be like that in Rebel Moon, But I think that's going to be, like when it comes to the R-rated versions, you're going to probably get more of that as opposed to what we're going to get like right at first, with the PG-13 versions, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Just me thinking.
I mean, maybe. Yeah. Could be.
Possibility.
With all
I
the
don't know.
F-bombs.
Like I was thinking. So that news that broke like a few hours ago, I was thinking the blood and honey. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what it was called. The blood and whatever is 300 prequel with Alexander the Great.
Oh yeah, it's
Blood
like
and Ashes.
Blood and honey.
blood and
Well, I only say blood and honey because that's a beer that I like.
Yeah.
But,
it's also the Winnie the Pooh like horror movie, I think, too.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
really?
Yes.
Yeah, someone made a Winnie the Pooh horror movie, and yeah, it's called Blood.
I was hoping that he had won the rights back to the George Washington fucking flick that he
See,
wanted
there's
to do.
that too. See, that's the thing. I love. This is what I love about Zach, because he also has a King Arthur like Western version of King Arthur that he has an idea for, or has written something for too. But yeah, also what you're talking about, and it's just, I love that he has also, I mean, it's also, I mean, Tarantino also has like these kind of like ideas of like, hey, maybe if we take this, but then we have a different ending, which I love that he does that. But Zach goes, well, what if it's just this? And he just completely goes, hey, we're going to change it to that. And I think that's why he loved 300 so much, because it's like, yeah, that's like a real story, but of course, you know, the 300 book is not what actually, you know, obviously with certain creatures. So, but he just loves the fact that it's like, okay, you're taking like a real thing, but you're making it like this epic fantasy kind of crazy thing. And yeah, I forgot all about the George Washington story that he had.
Yeah.
Is he still? Oh, yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, you're fine.
Okay, is he still doing the Twilight of the Gods thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I
The
think
only thing I
like,
don't think he's doing yet is the last photographer, or what do they call it, Horse's Latitude.
there's Horse Latitude, and then there's the last photograph. Was that supposed to be the same thing?
No, those are the same thing. They combine.
Yeah, he changed the name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that too, and there hasn't been any mention of it. It just seems like that's going to be a definite passion project, because everything that he does, you know, is going to require big, huge sets.
Well, we just went through 2 strikes. I'm sure that probably has put things on pause for now.
Yeah.
Probably.
But again, this goes back to like how much he has on the you know, so much like original and different shit. That's why it's like, you know, as much as I love his DC stuff, I'm like, I'm glad that now he's just doing the original stuff, and he's made this name where he can do this stuff now. And that's what I love, is the fact that now Netflix is like, oh, hey, more Zach the merrier. And it seems like Netflix is like, whatever you got, man, let's try to do it, you know?
Hey, do you think Gunn will let him make the Dark Knight Returns?
Maybe in
Not
10 years.
soon,
Probably as an Elseworlds movie or something.
Right. No, I know, but I mean, that's just weird. It's a weird thing that he said it again. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm wondering if they actually talked about that a little bit, you know?
Or do you think James Gunn's lying, Dave? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, of course. He always will.
I'm kidding. I'm
He
kidding.
lies
That's
all
all
the
he
time.
does, right?
Everything he
I'm
says is a lie. No, but
He
I mean,
told
I'm
me
sure they
10
probably
years.
talked about something with that. I mean, to me, I'm like,
Wait, I thought they hated each other. I thought they fought like girls, you know, cat fights and shit like that. Like they didn't, you know, like they will go like stab each other in the back and so on. Like,
of course, they hate each other. That's what it is. No, but but when it comes to talking about that again, because he even talked about it on the Vodka stream too, where it's like he loves that book so much and he would actually like to make. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, I mean, like, yeah, if that happens in like a decade or whatever the hell, sure, I'm all about it. But I think I was like, I'm good with what BVS had.
Yeah, that was my sense too. That's why I'm like, but
yeah,
Zach, you kind of already did the Dark Knight Returns a bit though.
a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, look at the poster that's right above, you know, Andre's head. I mean, that's totally the suit right there. I mean, he brought it to life already. So, I mean, I'd be down, but at the same time, I'm like, you know, okay, but it's not needed. But I will take it.
Do you think he would bring in Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill?
No, he even said like
he even said that he wouldn't.
He said, oh, "Okay, I didn't know."
Yeah, there's a new interview where he said he wouldn't. It was with Horowitz on the Sad Happy podcast, whatever the hell.
Happy, Sad, Confused.
Yeah, there you go. I always get that. But he said that he wouldn't use Cavill and Affleck, and I don't know. They joked about. I mean, it's funny because he joked about like, you know, like who would he get as Batman? And I know Garza, you're a big Clooney advocate when it comes to him doing something like that, and I'm like,
well, yeah, but if he does it years from now, he's gonna be too fucking old, man.
Oh yeah, way too old.
Yeah.
But he talked about the size of Batman because obviously they made Batman just like this beast, and it's like, who do you cast that's of that age to be that big?
The only
And he
person
made
I think would be Rourke, Mickey Rourke. That's about it.
Mickey Rourke.
Like-
Oh, that would have been good at one point, maybe.
I know, but it's just
Not maybe like around the time when The Wrestler came out.
Yeah.
That probably would have been perfect, to be honest. Because The Wrestler, if anybody hadn't seen The Wrestler, great fucking movie. But you know, now Mickey Rourke, he's had a little too much stuff with his face, too much surgeries. Try to keep that
He
up.
got old.
Well, no, he actually tried to not be old. He tried.
Oh,
Yeah, he's had some surgical procedures that did not work out, I don't think. But at one point, I think like during that time when The Wrestler came out, he would have been pretty good for that kind of Batman. But I mean, they joked about how like someone like Howie Long, you know, I don't know who everybody knows who Howie Long is.
Well, he's saying like physique wise, like
Yeah,
physically,
be a
that's the kind of
big
guy you're
beard.
looking for. Yeah.
It would have to be somebody probably. I don't know. It would have to be. I mean, maybe even like Dave Bautista at that time could
I was
probably.
just thinking
do it now.
Batista. Yeah.
Yeah,
be good.
I was like, you know what? If it ends up happening, like whatever from now, I mean, Dave Bautista, is like almost in his 50s now, so
I think Alan Richson can easily do it. I mean, we're talking like 10 years from now. He's 41 right now. So,
Yeah?
I mean, he's
I
a
like
big
Alan
dude.
Richardson. I like
yeah,
Alan
but
Richardson.
he's
I
got
just
very
don't
young
think
features though, you know.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not Batman material. I mean, I love the man. He's a good actor, but he's not Batman.
He'd be a good Eddie Brock, but
He would be. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You know
fine.
who he would be good as an old man Ollie.
Okay. He could
actually,
be like
my choice
Yeah,
for
just
be in the
think about it.
wheelchair with the beard and one arm. He could be that, you know.
actually my choice
Oliver-
would have been Ethan
Ol-
Hawke.
Oliver is not. Oliver wasn't in a.
Ethan
he wasn't
Hawke's
like
too
wheelchair.
small. He's a little
What?
guy. Oh, Joey
Oliver
said he
Hero
would do
wasn't
it.
exactly big in that movie.
Yeah. Joey
No.
Moreno
that
just said
book.
he'd do it. So I would go with Joey.
Of course, Joey could do it. Hey, Joey could, you know, come on.
Joey's stacked.
He
Wait,
is.
who's,
He's a big dude.
who's
Big
Joey?
dude.
Joey, our friend Joey.
Oh, I'm like, Joey, which actor we're talking about?
Joe
But you
Manganiello.
know, when I read that whole piece with him kind of basically saying that he's basically moving on from the DC stuff and so on, it still kind of just surprised me how many people like who supposedly support him are just. I'm trying to find a way to not say just let it go, but to like not accept what Zack wants to go, what path he wants to go on.
Yeah, because if you
Right.
say move on, everyone flips out. It's like, dude, look, dude.
Yeah, it's a bad word or bad term.
It's like if you look at what he's
Not
doing with Rebel
animated.
Moon, there's no avenue that I can see where he's like, yeah, I'm gonna knock this out and then I'm gonna go back to DC. No, dude. Like he's creating his own original content. Like, what's wrong with that? And people are just so
well, I
fixated
mean,
with-
I think there's there's some people that have based their online persona on this, on this so much. And, I mean, let's face it, like when all this was, a lot of us were, Garza, even Andre, all of us have been we were part of that whole trying to get the Snyder cut out. And
Yeah.
we got our forms of like bullshit sent to us during that whole time. And then it's just kind of funny because then you got like, now you got
what did you get sent?
the what?
What'd you get sent?
Oh no, we just got sent, but we went
Dick pic.
through the ringer when it came to a lot of that stuff, like in the past, before the Snyder cut came out, like it's just like one of those things where it's just like, okay, we went through all that and we're like, okay, now we're on to like, okay, we're talking about, Garza's writing now and he's not online as much as he once was, but I mean, in the heyday of it, Garza was starting some shit. Let's face it.
Yeah,
Were you a naughty boy, Garza? Were you a naughty
2018.
boy?
Yeah.
2018, the fucking AT&T article. I mean, that's where it just went. Whew. And
Yeah.
people couldn't face the fact that, AT&T and WB, like they weren't looking at it as a viable solution if they were going to have to just put money into it. And because I had mentioned that they would have to put money into it for it to get released, well, all of a sudden I'm the bad guy, which I guess that's cool. He got 80,000 or 80 million for it. So, I mean, at the end of the day,
Wait, people got angry at you because you said that they need money to complete a film that wasn't completed?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's just why
Yeah.
we got labeled as the 40 Club
The 40 Club,
because
That's right.
we were like going like, hey, guys,
Because I had mentioned in there that it'd be 40,000 or 40 million
Yeah.
to complete minimum.
it was like, hey,
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
just
realize
true.
it's not finished, so it's gonna take like some money to finish this. So we were trying to put like that out there, like, hey guys, as much as we think like the movie is done, like, yeah, there might be a cut from start to finish, but there's some VFX and things that
Yeah.
need to be worked out. Oh, there's a whole section of the Snyder fandom that did not like that. They didn't like that at all.
Well, 'cause
Okay, to
they-
those
they-
people that are watching, y'all sound stupid. What do you think Zach was doing after 2017? He was finishing VFX on a film that he was being paid for. Like y'all,
Oh, yeah, there's some people that actually thought that Stone Quarry could finish VFX and do all that, and it's like, no, that's not what they do. They don't have a VFX
at
house.
this point, I
mean,
think that
like the fact that he sent one of his people into the studio, got the footage, and then came back out with it and brought it to Zach. I mean, you saw the directors from Backdoor. They were like, yeah, when we found out that our film was being shelved, the first thing they tried to do was they went online to try and get the footage, and they were blocked out. So I mean, it even goes to show you that Zach thought ahead. Like, hey, go down there, go get the footage yourself, and bring it to me because
He's like in a van. Like, okay, you need to turn.
Pretty
this
much.
way.
It was like a heist.
yeah.
don't make
Yeah.
it sound creepy, Axel.
What?
Don't make it sound creepy.
That doesn't sound
Kinda.
creepy. It sounds like a heist.
Yeah,
Zach is he's fancier than doing a fucking van.
No, Zach just knows how to orchestrate a heist to the top level because he's a very thoughtful guy. No, but I think
I didn't know all that was happening to you guys when back in those years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were in the trenches, man. I mean, we were like the outliers. It was like it was a fun time because we were always like every Friday we were on here and we were just talking about everything and whatnot. And now that we're at 2023, and now it's to the point where we're all just kind of going like, hey, let Zach go do his thing. We don't need him back doing DC stuff. The superhero genre is in shambles right now. I mean, much as like a lot
Can
of
we stop using the word shambles? I had to
I
hear
know.
like 5 TikTok influencers say the same thing of like the MCU is in shambles. I'm like y'all fucking ruined that word.
I just did a video about the MCU. It looks great. But no, it's true though. Like, I mean, for anyone who thinks that Zach should come back to DC after he's done with Rebel Moon, not to mention there's also a part 3 that they're gonna make now. Is just it's ludicrous. I mean, and to say, based on what's his face said, Stuber, they're like, look, he said the word license. Like he's clearly talking about licensing Zack Snyder's Justice League, probably Sucker Punch, 300, having all those movies on their catalog so that you have a full selection of Zack Snyder projects to go along with Rebel Moon, Army of the Dead, Army of Thieves, all the stuff that he's involved with. And that makes sense. But to say like, oh, well, he said the word license, so that means that they're going to try to license it.
No, they're not.
You're just kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, it's sad. It really is.
That's a way of putting it. Sad. I mean, these people who just find something to be mad about all the time, no matter what it is, and it's been the case since 2018, 2019, whatever. They always just have something to be mad about, or they find something to fucking cry about, or they find something to latch onto in terms of false hope. It's pathetic. Like, imagine going to a Rebel Moon Q&A for the premiere and asking questions about the Snyderverse. Imagine doing something as ridiculous.
Is he going to be wearing a Superman? Okay, no.
He might.
It's gonna
Who the fuck
happen.
knows?
Dave, are you going to be there, Dave? Are you going to be there?
Where?
At the Rebel Moon premiere in LA?
Well, I mean, it depends on the LA. There's the premiere, and then there's also the showings. I think the Q&A is happening at the Friday showing for at the Egyptian Theater. I'm going to be at the Saturday one. So,
okay.
Yeah, but when it comes to premiere, we'll see.
I mean,
Anyway.
Garza, did you see the article or whatever that they we're talking about, where the president of Netflix made that comment about licensing?
Yes, I did.
And your thoughts?
I would love to hear your take on this. Do you think that he was referring to? Well, I'll just let you just go.
Well, if you were a smart person, if you were just intelligent and you thought for yourself rather than in a mind hive or hive mind, however you'd like to say it. By all means, you could see that as a license, right? A license to drive, license to kill, whatever it is, license gives you authority to do said thing, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen, but you could do it, right? Okay, fine. Well, if you look at the context of what it said, well, they want all movies from Zack, from his catalog, so that we can get it all. Every time somebody has he's not sitting there talking about the future fucking projects of Zack's shit, because that shit ain't made yet. So he's talking about the past shit that Zack has made. So if we get that license, guess what? Oh, well, more people will come over here. Now, why anybody would interpret that as, oh man, WB's gonna sell? Really? Like,
Wait,
literally.
Axel, did you understand that? Axel, did you understand that?
Going to sell every catalog and everything they have as far as DC is concerned, or let's just say Superman, right? Because at the end of the day, unless they do Superman, they'd have to sell every single character, right? You remember, like Marvel did with
It's
Iron Man
one
and all that.
giant IP, yes.
So they'd have to
They
sell
didn't
the
even
entire
allow
IP.
John Constantine in the Sandman show.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
yeah,
no, wait. Sorry, what was that, Axel?
They didn't
They
even
don't-
allow Andy, shut the fuck up while I'm trying to speak. They didn't even allow John Constantine in the Sandman show. What makes anyone think they're going to allow?
That's what you think is happening.
I think there was some kind of rights thing, right? Or because it was
No.
Joanna. It was Joanna Constantine. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
that's John's
They
like,
used her
grandmother.
twice. They used her twice.
Yeah,
I
When
mean,
Scott told me that,
Anyway.
that whole thing, that blew my mind.
but
Anyway, go on, Garza.
I just,
Yeah.
I, even if they were to do that, at the end of the day, let's just say, okay, fuck. Let's say they sell the fucking rights. Let's say WB is like, you know what? I'm going to be a fucking moron. I'm going to sell the rights to DC. That means that Zack has got to pause everything, right? And let's just assume that he's got another Rebel Moon movie he's got to film. He's got Army of Dead he's got to film. He's got Twilight of the Gods he's probably going to deal with. He's got he's probably got 3 or 4 projects just lined up. So that means 6 to 7 fucking films. And let's just pretend that, I don't know, let's say give it a 2-year take for each film, right? So that's 12 fucking years from now that he would have to sit there and go, hey, look, DC, they sold, Netflix the rights, but I can't do shit for like 12 years because, fucking films. And so I guess maybe we'll do something. But while we're waiting, maybe I'll pitch it. I don't fucking know. Is it going to relate to your DC stuff? Because that's already gotten written over. Oh, no, I'm going to start a new thing. Oh, okay, so then are people going to get mad at him because he's got to start a new fucking thing because Henry Cavill's fucking 80? Like, what the fuck? There's no way that this shit works, period.
No.
Only in people's minds does it work. And it's just kind of like, come on, man.
And the thing is, like, even when it like comes to like, okay, so you got, obviously he talks about Dark Knight Returns, and I'm like, all right, cool, but man, if like 10, 15 years from now, and it's like he gets back to DC and he does some kind of Kingdom Come thing and brings back the old gang, that would be pretty fucking cool if he did something in that
dope.
way.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Fucking do it because he can go balls deep. He don't give a fuck, right?
No. That's right up his alley. That story would be perfect for him.
Yeah, we ain't getting a fucking Justice League 2. Sorry. Sorry, that shit ain't gonna happen, man. Like,
not, but it could happen in like a comic book form or something.
That's all I want. I only want in a comic at this point because it's like
any medium, it may be like comic or animation. I mean, we're talking about artistic integrity and getting that story out there. His story.
Yeah. Look what they're doing with the like Batman 89, Superman 78. I mean, they're continuing Donner's story, they're continuing Burton's story through that. It's like, well, why couldn't they even do something with Zack Snyder's story? And I wouldn't be surprised if eventually look at it's always a topic. And I will say one of the good things about the fact that we get the trends when it comes to restore the Snyderverse, even the sell the Zack Snyder Justice League to Netflix, whatever the fuck it is, even though I like how ridiculous that actually can be, the fact of the matter is like there's still people that want more from what he was given for DC. So it's like, okay, so put it into a book, put it into something, that you could probably, a lot of people would go out and buy and to see like, okay, well, what was going to happen after we saw the Snyder cut, which a lot of people, enjoyed. And I don't know how many times I've seen videos of people like reacting to Zack Snyder's Justice League and going, wait, we're not going to get more of this? Why wouldn't they do more? You know, so why not continue it through there? Because I mean, you know, that would obviously, like, Zack could overlook it a little bit, but he wouldn't have to spend much time with it. Obviously, you know, he's super busy, so you know, it's just to the
Jim Lee
point
can
of,
draw it.
yeah, exactly. Jim Lee, yeah.
Yeah,
I
can you imagine
actually
a
want
fucking graphic
more
novel,
movie.
like an omnibus, almost like, you know, containing that. It's basically where Justice League 2 and 3, and it's all by Jim Lee.
That would be so
That'd
freaking
be
cool.
slick. Yeah.
Or I would be down for it to be in, like, have you guys seen those cinematic trailers of Knights of the Old Republic? Like, I'd be down for that. Like, just, I'd be down for that.
No, I'd be down
Yeah.
for it being Arcane style. That was the case. Because Arcane is, I love that fucking animation.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a legit animation. Like, and
it's
the way
on,
they
it's on Netflix, so you know.
when they use like kind of effects like water, you know, all that shit with smoke and all that. It's a cool way, and it's a different aesthetic. And I mean, as somebody that loved Attack on Titan and watched it throughout, I mean, I could take 2D. I don't really care, but
Yeah.
You know, I would appreciate that more than Zack coming back and doing stuff, continuing when I know he can't. It's impossible. I mean, it'd be silly for me to think.
Also, it's, you know, a little complicated now because, you know, with some of the actors that, you know, I mean, I don't want to get into personal conflicts, whatever, and so on, you know, but we know some of Zack Justice League members are, you know, they're in hot water, some of them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, I mean, even okay, you could try to get as many of them to come back to voice, but I mean, how many times have we had something like where you have a voice actor that sounds like maybe somebody,
exactly.
you know, somebody could easily, you know, if they can't get everybody back, fuck it, you could find somebody that sounds enough. And that's what I love too, is that's the thing about voice acting, is like these voice actors can mimic their voices and change their voices to sound like, you know, I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, look what the What If Marvel shows. They don't have some of the actual actors doing the voice.
Tom Holland is not the one.
Tom Holland. I don't think
Tom
Scarlett
Holland.
Johansson did it. I don't think a lot of them did it. A lot of the big actors
and
didn't
it still
do it.
worked. It still
Yeah,
worked.
Robert Downey Jr. didn't do it, but they found somebody that could mimic his voice, and it sounded like him. So they wouldn't even need, like, if they didn't want to do it, because obviously, who knows if they, you know, they're too busy. I mean, obviously, like Ben Affleck,
live action is just too expensive these days, you know. So it's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, that's
speaking of live action, or not live action, I'm sorry, voice actors, Dave, I gotta talk to you about something, but not right here. But not nothing like that. I gotta talk to you about something else. It's not anything too crazy.
I mean, we can leave. The four of us can leave.
Yeah. You want us to leave here?
Yeah, I'll leave.
Yeah.
But if we can also stop the whole thing, you know, let's get the fuck out. So
no.
But
okay,
no, and I appreciate everybody leaving, but I'm about to leave, so that's cool with me. But only because I gotta keep writing, because I gotta finish the shit.
Hey, wait, Gaza, I gotta ask. You're making your own.
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
I know,
Andy. Well, I'm trying to
chewing
speak
first and then talk.
No.
Swallow, Axel. Swallow.
If you choke on this show, Dave is liable because you're a minor.
If you choke on these nuts,
you don't have nuts.
Jesus,
I don't give a fuck.
Clean sound.
Your
nuts are.
I ask my fucking question.
This is what I have to deal with now, Garza. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I have to deal with the younger brother. What? Nothing.
Yeah.
So Gaza, like, you're making your own, like, sci-fi story, right?
Yeah. Basically, I just, the way I it's one sentence is like it's Game of Thrones with lightsabers. So, but essentially, it's gonna be like Tarantino dialogue. So,
because I'm like making my story. It's with DC characters, but in a Star Wars galaxy, pretty much.
Nice.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
But without the names, all right.
Good luck getting the license.
Without the names. Yeah.
Yeah, Andy, it's called fucking fan fiction.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I think I don't know. I mean, I love Tarantino. I think I've done a lot of shit that I'm as far as the rewrites are concerned and all that shit. I think it works, man. I feel like it's something that we haven't seen. Nobody's really seen that kind of shit before. Like imagine Game of Thrones, but fucking Tarantino back and forth dialogue and the way that these characters interact. It's just fucking. It's cool, man. So I just gotta finish that up and release it hopefully in the next, I don't know, week and a half. So, but I do appreciate you guys letting me come on. I know it's been a while.
Yeah, you're welcome back anytime, of course, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all have fun fucking bickering amongst each other. And,
that's just gonna be Andy and Axel.
Because actually just rude to talk with food in his mouth when he's talking.
Isn't that what you Americans do all the time?
There it is, right there.
You could I'd fucking spit it out if I was you. I just like fucking who cares? No, I'm just kidding. But you guys,
but I appreciate it, Garza, and come back on, and we'll promote more of your stuff.
Yeah, man. Whenever I release it, man, we'll do it.
Yeah,
but I'll also send you that message because I got to talk to you about something.
Yeah. Send me that message too.
Bye.
All right, man. Oh well, he just booked it. Oh man, been a bit since Garz has been on here. That was good. That was a nice little surprise when I saw him in the backstage. I was like, oh, look at that, Garz is here. So always good to see him. And that's right. We probably got about 57 F-bombs when he was talking. That's how he talks. It's good. But anyways, back to bickering between Axel and Andy. Go. Just kidding.
I'm good.
Let them fight.
You basic bitch.
Let them fight.
Let them fight.
Anyways, but what were we talking about?
Hey, Les, I do bring down the show. That's why Dave keeps bringing it back. Oh, wait.
No.
Jesus
No, I love you too. But I listen, here's the thing. I confront my haters online. I don't give two shits. I'm like, what are they going to do? Like, you want to come find me in my house? Do it. Like, absolutely do. Yeah. If I bring down the show, then, Dave will let me know.
You don't. No, you add to it. You're a different voice.
Yeah.
All of you guys are different voices. That's what I like about the panel, for sure.
That's why I love Axel so much.
Yes. He's like, huh?
I said, I give him a compliment. He does it. Wow.
I said that. His mic was muted.
Yeah, his mic is muted.
Like, he just looked at he was just like,
no, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Kidding.
He's kidding. He's kidding.
It's just, we kind of touched on it earlier, but like, it's just sad because Zach, it's like the guy can't do anything without people trying to twist his words, and it's so ridiculous.
He liked it on Vero.
He liked it on Vero.
And he never actually said it's over.
He said that's true. Like what? And then they're deciphering all of his responses. It's like, dude,
like he's the
Zodiac.
What did he like on Vero this time that got people so riled up? Because I saw the
He likes a lot of things. Okay, so basically, or I don't know, basically, I have to take another drink now.
Is it one of those talks?
It's
okay,
so hard to talk
Pretty
about.
much.
You're just like, oh my god.
Well, I mean, I said this the other day too, even on Twitter when somebody was in my mentions responding to something, and they were like, well, Zach is still liking things on Vero and responding when it comes to DC SnyderVerses. And I was like, okay, the way that I look at that, it's not that it doesn't. A lot of people want to see like, oh, he liked this. That means something is happening. But I'm like, okay, but remember like literally 2 years ago during Thanksgiving, remember when he posted that turkey and he had the crisis book in the background, and then people were like, whoa, and he was liking stuff then. I'm like, so everybody thought, oh, it's happening. That was 2 years ago.
I know.
I was like, okay, so he likes things on Twitter, or not Twitter, but Vero, and then responds because he appreciates his fans. He appreciates his fans celebrating what came about and the fact that they want more. He appreciates his fans. That doesn't mean that, oh yeah, you're on to something. Things are working, like in the works. Doesn't mean that.
Imagine if it was flipped. If he didn't respond or didn't like it, if he didn't be like, oh, he hates his Snyderverse as
exactly.
He can't get a win.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like Vero is his place to connect with fans. That's what it is, and he does that. He'll when he has some time, he starts scrolling through Vero, and he's probably just like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. And then he goes, oh, yeah. And it just responds with like, yes, or that's true, or something like that.
And they're like, oh, that's it. He
there.
He just responded to it. That means
Yeah.
he still wants us to keep. It's just like, whoa, what are we doing here? I mean, like, come on, like,
Yeah, it gets to
It's
the point
sick.
where it's like what I mean, we've been saying this for a while. It's like that doesn't mean like anything. He's just that's the kind of guy that Zach is. I mean, you see the virtual set and he's directing a fan who's dressed up
Mhm.
and doing that. He appreciates his fans. I mean, that's when there's nothing to decipher when it comes to that. It's just the fact that he likes to interact with his fans. And then but you got people, and then of course people who are leading the pack that are just like they built their whole name on it, so they have to like continue to be like, hey guys, we ain't stopping, look at this.
yeah. I
And
mean,
it's
they're
like,
literally tweeting that out, like, we're not stopping. It's like, what?
It
Like,
was
what do you-
all that image was edited.
yeah. Okay, so
What image?
Aaron Couch puts out that that article of the Hollywood Reporter where that quote came from Scott Stuber. He puts out the article with a disclaimer for the most part, saying Netflix film boss Scott Stuber has heard rumblings the fans want the streamer to make more Snyderverse movies. While that isn't happening, he would love Netflix to license already existing DC movies. The more Zach we have, the better we are.
that's what it
He,
was.
We
he
gotta send it
even
one more
says
time.
that outside of the article, like, hey, I'm going to just put this out there so you guys know what I'm talking about. And then immediately the responses are not happening now, but they're interested. Nothing is impossible. This is what ZSJL taught us. Where does it say in the article that it isn't happening? It's kind of like,
The sentence you just read.
yeah, it's like, dude, he just told you that. It's about context. He interviewed the guy. You think he's like, hey, but I don't believe him, by the way. No, it's just like, oh, I don't.
So
get
now we
it.
don't even believe the guy who's running Netflix. We're like we don't even believe him now. It's like,
Well, no, it's not that they don't believe him. They're just spinning his word.
He's being coy.
Spinning his
Under
words to make it
NDA.
seem like, oh, okay, so yeah, they want more like, and it's like, no, yeah, they want as much Snyder content as possible, but not new DC stuff. I mean, yeah, maybe in a perfect world, yeah, they would like be like, oh yeah, we want that too. We could get the license. He can continue 100%. And but at the same time, I even said this before too. I was like, it would be cool that on Netflix, which is the top streamer, the fact that they could have a literal Zack Snyder library where you could literally go like every Zack Snyder film, boom, 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 right here, or most of them at least.
And that's what they're talking about.
Yes, and that's exactly what they're talking about. And it's not talking about like doing new DC stuff, because they would rather have him do new films within their space that are exclusive to Netflix. That's what they want. They want the new shit, That's the thing. It's like, but I don't know. It's just, again, I've always said these aren't Snyder fans. They are Snyder DC fans.
Yeah.
They're not DC fans. They're Snyder DC fans. It's like, because they hate everything else DC. They fucking hate. Like, oh,
They've
yeah.
turned on David Ayer.
They turned on David Ayer. They've
That
turned
was
on James
disgusting.
Wan.
That was
They've turned on
fucking
Patty
disgusting.
Jenkins.
wait,
turned on everybody.
Good, I missed so much. Wait, what did David and James do now?
Oh,
Oh
well,
my god, it was gross.
They go get another drink.
okay. No, I took another sip. I'm good.
This might take a while. It sounds
No,
like.
but basically, David Ayer last weekend basically said, he tweeted out that James, he said he's very much hyped for Superman Legacy, and he thinks that James Gunn is the bravest man in Hollywood currently. I posted a clip about it because I read that on Monday's Film Junkie Live, and I know, and I get that not everybody likes James Gunn, but in the context of, and I said this, I was like, well, in the context of the fact that James Gunn is created, helped finally get a DC Studios, and in the time period of the superhero genre kind of being, I won't say the sh word, don't worry, Andy. I won't rhyme with scrambles. Anyways, I won't say that word, but I just say like superhero genre is kind of just like
going through the motion right now.
Yes, it's trying to find its footing again. He's taking on Superman, so in the context of that, I could be like, okay, I can see what David Ayer is saying,
Yeah,
because it's like, oh
that
yeah,
makes sense. That makes sense.
it's a brave filmmaker to and whatever to be like, all right, I'm gonna tackle Superman as well as run DC Studios. Totally understand where David Ayer is coming from. Totally understand that. And a lot of people didn't like that. And then a lot of people also did not like that he quote tweeted me when I responded to him, and Steven, mainly Steven. I've realized that people the loud people in the fandom hate Stephen Colbert
Why?
more than me.
Isn't Steven like one of the biggest? Isn't Steven is literally like one of the biggest supporters of Zack on Screen Rant.
That's the thing. The loud part of the fandom, they
hate him just because of this one old tweet.
One old tweet, and then there was like a Wikipedia thing, which was clarified already by Steven when it came to certain things. Because let's face it, Wikipedia is just, when people just go on there and change shit. There's like a lot of things. So yeah, they do not, and they were pushing back on David Ayer, because David Ayer was on a good one last weekend, because people were like, why would you even agree or like quote tweet or even support any of these guys? And he was just like, I don't even know. And that's why I even said in my, during Film Drink Live, and even my clip, I'm like, I love it how these guys think that these filmmakers know who to trust or whatever the hell. Like, oh yeah, I should trust this person or that person. They don't know. They're making fucking art while we're all bitching on fucking Twitter 24/7, beating the keyboards. It's like they're the ones, like they're disconnecting from all this shit. So how are they supposed to know? And even like, how are they supposed to know like who is the right person to, quote tweet or even like respond to or something like that? They
expect them to like just look through their goddamn profile and just say, oh my gosh, he said one bad thing about Zack. Okay, he's good.
Look, the whole premise of what these accounts were trying to do was ridiculous, because he shows gratitude towards James Gunn. They didn't like that. They were like, oh no. And then when he responds to Steven, their first response is, yeah, but David, you shouldn't be quote tweeting him. He was always against the Snyder Cut. It's just kind of
made fun of us. He made fun of us.
It's absurd.
You know why they hate Steven? You guys want to really know why they hate Steven? Because they know shut up. Because they know damn good and well Steven is smarter than them. That's why.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Good point.
It's funny because
what was the tweet that got him in so much trouble, because
it was a tweet. It was a tweet that had to do with like responding to somebody, and I even supported it too, because I was like going, okay, if we're gonna get the Snyder Cut to come out, this was before even like they announced it or anything like that. It was like Steven basically was saying like, we need more than just tweeting. We need more awareness. If we want to get this thing out, it's not going to just be about like tweeting. Like, if we send like 40 tweets out, there's only going to think that 40 people want this thing to come out. And I even had that sense too. That's why me and Justin, if you guys remember Justin, we like went to D23 and we had a sign that said release the Snyder Cut, because it was like, fuck it, let's like go out to this convention for Disney, not even like DC fans. There's going to be a bunch of people dressed in Marvel. Let's talk about the Snyder Cut with some of those. And we made a whole video. You can find it on the channel. It was from years ago. It was ridiculous, but it was fun, and it was just like, fuck it, let's do it. And I even had that sense too of like, hey, we need more than just tweeting. But of course, eventually it just got to the point where like, yes, it did reach more than tweeting, because people went to conventions, talked about the Snyder Cut with other fellow nerds, and there's articles written, numerous ones by Steven, by the way, which is something that they never mentioned. They never mentioned the numerous articles that Steven wrote in support of trying to get the Snyder Cut out and everything like that. They always just fixated on that one tweet out of context. And yeah, it was just that's what they always like hold on to, like this guy is the devil kind of thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absurd. It was pretty sad. And then not only that, but then David has this exchange with some fans, and then like one of the guys thought it was fun. He was like, "Oh, I feel like a celebrity right now. I'm having this big exchange with David Ayer." It's kind of like, really?
It's not that deep.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean,
really,
it's cool,
dude? Like, I mean,
but it's not
on,
like
man.
Yeah. But Phil, I know you got to go right now. Huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty beat. I've got allergies kicking my ass, dude. I wish I could stay longer, but my nose is just all.
But you don't
stuffed up and shit.
just don't love me enough. It's fine.
No, I have a fucking allergy problem at the moment. It's fucked. I'm sorry.
But you're allergic to me. That's what's up.
Oh, whatever. I'm not Axel.
That was a good one.
But,
all right. Well, I appreciate it, Phil, man.
Of course, man. Thank you for the invite. As always,
Yeah.
guys. Take
Bye,
care.
man.
Much love. Have a great night.
All
Feel
right.
better.
I'll try.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that whole thing about, you know, David and them turning on David Ayer. And that's the thing too, is that some of these accounts literally turned on David Ayer because they wanted to appeal to what followers they have left, which followers that are actively following them and interacting with them. They chose, let's shit on David Ayer so that these followers still follow me and believe in my account. It's ridiculous. I mean, it was the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. And you can literally see David Ayer like, I don't understand what's happening right now. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
And that's
And
the
they were
thing.
just
Like,
like,
how do you
"Oh,
expect,
David? Oh."
how do you expect like these guys to know? I mean, like when it came to Zach, I mean, Zach had like a different plan back in 2017, 2018, whatever, 2018, I guess you could say. His whole thing was, so if he has the cut, he has his cut, or he could at least like, you know, have the footage and he can tweak it and whatever the fuck. But of course it wasn't finished, even though a lot of people were like, oh yeah, it's finished. How dare you say it's not? He like, you know, he had like people in his camp just kind of, hey, go out there and see who can like maybe help do something here. And he did, you know, I mean, I was contacted by one of these people and they connected me with Zach. And that's why, you know, Zach and I are now like, you know, he shows up in full circle and all that stuff. It's great. And I was like, okay, because they saw like, oh yeah, he's posting videos about this whole thing and really pushing the whole thing that there's like another cut and everything like that. So he did that approach. When it comes to David Ayer doesn't have those resources. And so now he's just like, all right, I've met with James Gunn. I've talked to James Gunn, had great conversations with James Gunn. Seems like there maybe could be a chance at some point for the Ayer cut to come out. But right now, everything is just, again, it's just, they're really looking like, okay, we have to like get the DC ship to a point where maybe, you know, if we get some wins here, we can get your version out, even though I think like it would be cool if they just like, hey, here's a couple million, finish it, and then we'll put it out there because
it would be perfect for 2024 when we don't have any, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I wish that would be the case. And I think like Ayer now is just like kind of the point where it's like he even
why do I even bother? Why do we even bother like dealing with them? Like, you know, damn if you do, damn if you don't.
That seems to be where he's at right now. I mean, he's got a new movie coming out, which is great. It looks like a good time. It's a Jason Statham movie that seems pretty unique.
The Beekeeper.
The Beekeeper looks great, and I'm glad that he's still working and still doing stuff. But it sucks because David Ayer is always going to have this movie. The only movie that he didn't that was made, that was edited and fucked with by a company that he didn't, that's not his movie. That's the Suicide Squad is always going to be that like, God damn it, that's not my movie. Everything else that he's done, that's his. I'm sure he's had some trials and tribulations, you know, like all the shit. Like,
not like on this level where like, you know, he's coming in with IP characters he doesn't.
I mean, he literally said that, you know, on John Barenthal's podcast. You know, he's like, that was the one that broke me.
Yeah,
you know, that was the one. And so it's like, and then to have these accounts telling David Ayer like, you know, the fact that you're talking, the fact that you're doing this is turning your back on so many people that have supported you. It's kind of like, wait, what?
So now that he's open, now
it's like, so if he doesn't fit your narrative, you're just gonna drop him like that.
Yeah.
So you were never really a fan.
He's opening up about his emotional mental health, about what this film did to him, and they're like, "Fuck these people." You know what?
Because he supported James Gunn, and he talked, and he responded to Dave Pena and Stephen Colbert. Now they're like, "Oh, you've turned against us."
Don't show it on screen, Dave. But I'm gonna say, because this is ridiculous that Stephen got in trouble with his own. I will say that I won't say
he even apologized. He was like, "Sorry." I mean, at that point, he was just like, "This is ridiculous."
12 years ago, I wrote an article that was me questioning Zack Snyder's comments about like making Superman realistic. Because in 2011, I was young once. I was,
Nothing wrong with
foolish.
that.
Yeah, like I was questioning. That's the thing. That I think that people who are Snyder DC fans are like, you can't question the man. Like you're not allowed to question the man, or like you're not allowed to give up on the agenda that we're trying to service here. So this is why, again, like, I didn't know what happened, that it happened to Steve. I didn't know that you guys were both dealing with this shit 5 years ago.
I'm telling you, man,
yeah.
these guys, the guys who are there trying to be the leaders of what's left of this movement is everybody who either said stupid shit and got chastised for it and became, just like, man, this guy's weird, or they were late to the party. And so by the time they got there, everyone else had moved on. I shouldn't say moved on. Everyone else was doing other things, and they're just like, yeah, let's go. And it's just such a diluted, it's a delusional vision of what the fandom used to be. And most of the people that were a part of the fandom, that were big presence in the fandom, you don't see them really associating with it as much as you used to, because it's gotten so ugly. You're just like, I mean, I didn't even make a video about Zach's article, and others did. I know Dave made his video, the celebrate the SnyderVerse, and I was just like, I thought about it, and I was like, I don't even want to get involved in this right now. It's just so ugly, because the only ones who are going to respond with negativity, and I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah, but I mean, luckily though, I mean, Andre, I mean, like, I even almost like, all right, I'm gonna have to tackle this, and when I did my members only stream, obviously that's a private thing with only people who are subscribed to the member thing, and
and dancing and just talking shit.
Exactly. No, but it was just kind of cool. It was like, oh shit. I was like, I even thought about maybe I should do an actual live stream and go over this whole thing. I was like, nah, I'm gonna talk to it with the people who are closest to the channel and everything, and and it was a nice stream. It was like like my longest members only stream, because we were going, we're just talking about certain things, and I like to get everybody's opinion on it, because that's what makes the member streams great, is like the fact that I could bring up everyone's comments as much as possible, as opposed to the actual live streams where it could be a little bit more crazier and people are pushing back against it and everything. So then I recorded the video, and I remember I was like, just going through the whole article, and I'm like going, oh yeah, I'm like wondering like what kind of response is this going to get? But at the same time, it's been mainly positive. You always got to look at that. There's always going to be mainly positive. Yeah, there's going to be the people that push back against it, but it's always going to be mainly positive when it comes to this. But but at the same time, it's like no matter what, there's always going to be those the certain people that are just gonna be like, oh, he never said that, he's not gonna do it. And I'm just kind of going like, yeah, he doesn't. But if you just look at what's on the man's like list of shit that he wants to do, that doesn't include what you want, it's kind of obvious that it's not gonna. And but again, you're not gonna be able to talk that into anybody, because they built their whole persona online because of this. Yeah, and that's what's sad.
And that's the thing too, is that they're so eager to hang on to their channels, their false sense of like belonging, and like their group of friends that they talk to, that they were willing to do the things they're doing now to keep that alive. And it's just kind of like, okay, if you have to do all that, then you're doing something wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just not good.
Yeah.
I don't. Like, we should be excited for this new stuff without all of, again, it's like,
that's what I'm saying.
It's already been exhausting enough these last few years to be a DC fan, whether it is, losing the Arrowverse, or losing everything on HBO Max, or losing Batgirl, or seeing the way the DCU is falling apart. It's like, okay, like, can we just have this one, the good thing with Zack, he was the best part of the DC world. He's moving on to different things, but every time there's anything, it's like, I would cringe so hard if if you went to a Zack Snyder panel for Rebel Moon and like there's people like asking about these stuff, I would be like fucking throw them out,
dude. Yeah, I mean, like if I get Zach back on the Vodka stream, I might bring up some things when it comes to DC right off the start, but not like anything in depth, like But it would be mainly Rebel Moon and future shit. That's the thing. It's like It's like I want to know more. When it comes to the Armyverse, I love like the Army of the Dead and Army of Thieves. What he did with that, and the fact that there's so much like hidden shit. I am so fascinated about that. And I remember when we did, after Army of the Dead came out, we did like a whole spoiler discussion, and Zach showed up and he was on here for like over 2 hours. He was falling asleep because he just loved talking about the new shit with fans that he's already talked to. He was literally like, I could tell he was like drifting. He was in his pajamas for shit's sake. Of course, he was wearing his white V-neck, but I remember when he got up, because that's what he does to get like show us a lens. It was like he was wearing his pajama pants. And it was just so cool like that he was doing that. And he was just, because he loved talking about what he was working on currently. We weren't bombarding him with, hey, you're going to come, DC, because it's just like, come on. It's like, and I can't wait to talk to him again about like more Rebel Moon and like, the ties to Army and what was Rebel Moon 3 going to be like, and I'm just so hey, you have, even what Garza said, that George Washington story that he has and the King Arthur story that he has. I want to like know about the new original shit that he wants to do. I'm just like, when the Snyder Cut came out, I'm like, all right, if this is it, fine. We got 9.5 hours of beautiful DC Snyderverse stuff. I have it right over there, the trilogy. I have that. I'm okay. Yeah. As much as I would love to see the finale of all what he wanted to create, I'm okay with just having this, because that's longer than what Christopher Nolan has with his with his Dark Knight trilogy. Because let's face it, you got like long movies. You got a 2 hour and 20-minute Man of Steel movie. You got a 3-hour Batman and Superman with other people movie, and then you got a 4-hour. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's longer than any, a lot of trilogies out there. We got a lot of content from him, and it's beautiful and it's great. We got Martian Manhunter, that showed up in the goddamn thing for shit's sake.
Well,
and I love this shirt
too. It's like even Aaron and Dawson, when they went to visit the set of Rebel Moon, when they had a chance to actually talk to Zach at a table while they were eating, he was like, nobody asked him a single question about DC. Everyone asked him about Rebel Moon, because that's what they were there for. Can you imagine if he's like, hey, well, so what's going on? So are you going to come back and do, it's like, oh God, here we go. And you know what? A great example of that is like at Full Circle, when Ben Affleck showed up, anytime anybody asked him about his Batman movie, he was like, it was just like, he doesn't want to talk about this, guys. It's obvious.
You know what I wish someone would have asked? Hey, Ben, would you want to be in Rebel Moon 2?
Yes.
Yeah, that would have been a great question. Instead,
what I would have asked, if I was at Full Circle, I would have asked, hey, Ben, were you in that flashback in the history lessons?
Oh, yeah, where they assumed he was on the horse.
Yeah.
That's what I would have asked.
Not him.
Imagine if he said yes, like,
that would have been pretty sweet. But
wait, what if the question was what?
So basically, like, if you look at one of the guys that's on the horses, like when they show the humans burying a mother box, there's a guy on a horse that looks like Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, wait, did Bruce Wayne travel back in time? Kind of thing. It's not him, but it looks like him. Somebody should find that image.
I was trying to find it right now, but
but it's like it was like
the Grant Morrison arc where like Batman: The Return of Bruce Wayne, when Bruce was literally sent back in time.
See, that's the thing, is it would work, and everybody would lose their shit. But then it's like, nah, I don't think that's Ben, but it looks like Ben, and it's just like one of those things, I don't know. It's yeah. But
if anyone in the chat can find the picture, just post the link in the chat, because I can't.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to search for it because I only saw it on Twitter. I don't think you could find it in Google or something.
But even that was like, when I saw that, I thought, no way. but it'd be cool.
Yeah, it
'cause
would be cool.
It follows the comics, like
Yeah.
which would mean that at the end of the whole story that he because we know that he got hit by the Omega beams, in the Batcave. So
Yeah.
eventually he does succumb to his wounds, and
Yeah.
so that would then start him on his journey through time.
And also, it would go back to BVS where Bruce says, they were hunters, or something like that.
Mhm.
yeah,
So like it's like one of those things where it's like, God damn, we want to wish that into existence for sure, but
that would have been awesome.
but yeah, no, but like if you were like, if I were to ask a question to Ben, I would just be like, is there anything that like I would be the same thing. Like, would you want to be in Rebel Moon or a future Zack Snyder project? Or I would probably be like, I think what I would ask Ben is like, what did you learn from watching Zack direct, being a director yourself, and obviously doing some great iconic, great films that he's done, The Town, of course, and Argo, obviously winning the Academy Award. I would just be like what was there something I would actually ask him, what specific thing, like watching Zack direct, that you took into like making it. See, I'm more of that nerd of I'm like, no, I don't care about I'm like, yeah, of course I would like kind of care about maybe like little things when like talking about Batman and whatever, but I want to know like, man, what did you absorb from Zack that you took into your own directing style, And I know he's talked about that before, but I would like, what was something specific? Like, was there a scene that Zack like said something, or it was just like he wanted you to do like one specific thing that you like went, you know what? God, that was great of him to do that. And you took it in to your own self to when you were directing your own movie, and you had like, oh yeah, remember when Zack did that? I'm going to use that technique or whatever the hell. I'm going to do that here or something like that. That's where my brain goes when it comes to that.
Like one of the questions I wanted to ask him, and I think somebody else ended up asking him the question, so I was like, oh, cool, was, if I had a chance, I would have said, as a director yourself, what is it like working with someone like Zack Snyder, and what does he do that's different from either your style or other styles that you've seen from other directors? What makes him so successful? Kind of get his directorial take on Zack's directing style. And I think somebody asked him that. I'm not sure, but it was funny because even Ray Porter was like, "Hey Ben, I don't know if you remember me or not, but I was in a scene of in the movie Argo." He's like, "Wait, really?" He's like, yeah,
I know. I felt
like,
so bad too.
Ray.
I was like, oh man. See, and that's the thing. It's like
I knew it was coming too. I was like, oh, he might ask him that question now.
That's one of those moments where it's like, Ben is such a busy dude.
Yeah.
And he's like worked with so many actors. Probably didn't even maybe he knew like, oh yeah, Ray Porter is the guy that, he did Dark Side. He's like, oh cool. But he didn't realize like how important that was to fans. And then realizing like, oh yeah, but that he was also in your movie, but it's like, how is Ben supposed to like know that? And it's like, and it sucks because it's like, you understand that Ben probably didn't like realize that. And then you also understand like, because Ray was like, Ben's gonna, it's like, because I love Ray. Obviously I've talked to him numerous times, the nicest guy in the world. And you just kind of go like, but and you feel bad, but at the same time, I know Ray is like, hey, I get it. I've been in this business.
There's no malicious, there's no ego to Ben Affleck. Remember, he's more like, oh, I'm 50 now. Like, I don't remember what I did 11 years ago.
And there's no ego to Ray either.
Exactly. No, Ray,
how dare you?
Ray is such a fucking sweetheart. I remember when I had him on the Lodge podcast, he was showing up on a lot of different shows, and he still made time. And I remember that's why I geeked out so hard when he was in the Naomi season finale. The very short-lived DC TV show on the CW, and he was playing now a different DC villain, and he had this awesome robe. And then then last summer I was watching Shameless, and I'm like,
he's there.
Darkseid is Lip's boss at college.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
Ray is the one of the nicest guys in the world. I was glad I was when he showed up, man. I ran up to him and gave him a big fucking hug, and then of course we took that picture that my mom shot. She was like, "Take a picture real quick," because he had to like go, and we took that picture of like all of us, like we just squeezed in there real quick, and it was great. But it was just so like freaking awesome to just be like Ray and just give him like, a handshake and a big ass hug. Because I've talked to him many times on here, and hopefully I'm gonna get him on here. We'll get him on here soon because Rebel Moon going out this month, so we get some more conversations with him. But yeah, it was just like one of those things where you wanted Ben to acknowledge and be like, "Oh yeah," just for Ray, but at the same time, you understand that Ben Affleck like works with a lot of people, sees a lot of faces. And it's just a busy bee, he's
they brought him through the exit tunnels. I mean, they just, come on.
That was such a crazy because I think the night before we all caught wind that he might show up, and it was like, oh, what? I remember we were at I think it was after the BVS night, and we were all like hanging out, and we were just like, word on the street is that Ben might be showing up tomorrow, and we're like. You're like, yeah, well, we can't say anything. We can't say anything. We can't say anything. So it was like one of those things where it was like, oh shit. And then I remember I was like texting Steph because she was going to be showing up. I'm like, there's a chance you might see Ben Affleck today. I'm just saying. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, apparently he might be showing up tomorrow. And it was like one of those things where it's like nobody knew if it was going to happen or not. We knew that certain people were going to be there, but yeah, Ben Affleck was like the question mark. And then he showed up like coming through the exit, and then he also exited the exit.
He went right out the exit again. Sorry, a car waiting for him. But no, I remember
it makes
when the movie
sense.
ended. We're all standing there, looking down on them, and I remember Dave was like, "Notice there's an empty chair."
Yeah, I know.
Like, what?
I said
what?
There's
an empty chair.
Because me and
there.
Andre were sitting next to each other. I'm like, you see that empty chair? I'm just saying.
And I was like, oh shit. And then when he came out, everyone was like, went crazy.
Because when I saw that empty chair, I was like, oh, he's showing up. And I remember looking at stuff. I'm like, you see the empty chair? And then I remember I told you, I'm like, you see that empty chair? It's gonna be.
I was like, somebody's coming. But seeing it in IMAX, so that was
oh god, so beautiful.
It was such a ginormous screen, but like the clarity that it offered at that size, I was like, whoa, it was crazy. I've never seen a movie so, and it goes to show you too, like his level of CGI and detail that he puts in his. I mean, it was like nothing looked like shit. Everything looked immaculate. And I've said this before, but I'm telling you, every scene that introduced anybody, everybody cheered, right? But Ben Affleck's name in the credits, But when Steppenwolf arrived in Themyscira, nobody cheered because when he stands up, it was just so overwhelming that nobody cheered. They were just like, whoa. And you see all of his spikes, come up and the rainbowish colors, bouncing off his spikes and his armor. It was just too much. I thought everyone was going to lose their shit. Like, instead everyone was just like jaw dropped. Like,
yeah. It was crazy. All right. Well, let's get, I saw this comment right here on the topic of director and actors. Do you think James Gunn would let Dave Bautista direct a project since he showed more interest in directing after Army of the Dead? Now, this is interesting because we've seen the Dave Bautista posts. He's had 2 posts now. Yeah. He had a post today, but of course he had the post where he was, chilling in James Gunn's, parking spot at DC Studios, and a lot of people were like, oh, he's got a part, and we already suspected that. But and then of course today there was a picture of him and he goes back to work and he's reading a script. Now we don't know what the script is, but that is interesting because I didn't even think about it directing.
Has he directed before?
No, but he's shown interest in it. What I love about Dave Bautista, this guy, I mean, first off, he's just like a big fucking teddy bear. First off,
yeah,
and he just seems like, and I would love to talk to him one of these days as well. But the fact of the matter is like, out of all the wrestlers turn actors, I think he has the most range, and it seems like he has the most commitment when it comes to acting. I mean, nothing against Dwayne Johnson or John Cena, like those. They're still like up there. They're still, but they've chosen like, okay, we're action guys. We're like the crazy, like, you know, we do, this is our lane right here. Dave Bautista was like, yeah, that could be the lane, but I also want to challenge myself. And that's why we've seen him in Blade Runner at the beginning of Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that Dave, a wrestler turned actor would be in that role. He's not doing anything but acting, and he acts his ass off. It's a great fucking, and he's just in the beginning of Blade Runner 2049, just in the beginning. And then when it comes to Knock at the Cabin,
Really good.
M. Night Shyamalan movie that came out, and it's not an action movie. It's just him, but you know, he's like this big guy that, you know, it's wearing glasses and a button up. He's got tattoos, but it works for the character because it's all explained. But it's just like he's really trying to challenge himself. So, well, first off, what I wanted to ask you guys was, okay, so if he has a role in the DCU, what role would you want him to play? He's also in Dune. Yeah, Antonio.
He's in Dune, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, any role that you guys see him playing?
I mean, Bane. I mean, obviously, Bane is the first.
It's too easy. Too easy.
But I don't know where I saw it, but like someone was proposing him as Hugo Strange. And I'm like,
that'd be cool.
Me?
Ooh.
I've done that. Yeah. I always thought he'd be a good Hugo Strange. But I do like the off the cuff, like some people are saying, like, what if he's Perry White in Superman Legacy?
See, I'm hearing they're looking from, because this was a rumor I actually like looked up with some of my sources if this was actually true. It seemed like they were looking to try and get a black man to play Perry.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I get that, but at the same time, I mean, wouldn't hate if Dave Bautista. I mean,
no, I wouldn't hate it either. I'm just adding that, you know, I think that they're already, you know, which I think it's,
yeah,
you know,
I've seen that too.
Lawrence Fishburne was amazing as Perry, you know, so again, I'm glad they're
perfect.
You know,
Perry. He was perfect as Perry.
But that's the thing too, is that like we don't know how far ahead he's planning, because like I could see him playing Swamp Thing and like being the actual Swamp Thing, because he has that kind of like that demeanor, that kind of, you know, he has that calm voice where he's like, I don't want to go down there. You know what I mean? Like sort of like how he was in Knock at the Cabin, you know? This kind of how do you explain that? Like he was one of the main reasons why I like that movie, because his character I really liked. So I could see him playing Swamp Thing, or I think Antonio has a good suggestion of Brainiac, but I think he's just too big for that. I think you want someone.
Well, I mean, have you seen like what Brainiac looks like these days? You know, he is, you know,
or how
Brain is
going to present him.
Brain is making him thick. You know, Brain is getting thicker these days.
He's been working out.
I mean, the Brainiac on Krypton. The Brainiac on Krypton. He was like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he was. Huh?
Brainiac. I haven't thought about Brainiac. That's
Yeah, some people were saying that too when I asked on Twitter. People were like, what about Brainiac? I'm like, you know what? Wouldn't hate it. Would not hate it.
It's inspired casting, yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, he has that soft voice, but he can also have that big voice too.
Well, with Brainiac, you have to have like a very cold voice. And the thing is, like, Brainiac is, he does not give zero. He gives zero fucks.
Dude, that's why, like, I've been always.
He would eat up. He would eat up the cancel culture like so bad. He would offend people so hard and be like, "Cancel me all you want. I don't give two shits."
I'm telling you, I like. If you
I always
ask
thought
me,
that
it'd be Swamp Thing. I think he'd be perfect for Swamp Thing.
Yeah, but I mean,
that means we're gonna have to cover him up. I don't want that.
Exactly, that's the thing, covering him up, and I'm like wondering.
And can I be selfish? I want to act. I want, because I still really feel bad for the actor who played Derek Sears, who played the Swamp Thing on the Swamp Thing TV show.
So fucking good, so good.
Yeah, and I think here's the thing. I think casting someone like Dave Bautista, who probably, you know, again, this is no disrespect to Derek. Derek is amazing, but obviously he's not as pricey as someone like Dave Bautista. They're not going to bring Dave Bautista to the DC universe just to cover him up.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Is like, God, and that's why I want something so off the cuff, and that's why like him as Perry White would be like, what? That's awesome. You know, if Perry White has like a very much a pretty good role in Superman Legacy, I'm like, fuck it, do it. People would love that. People would eat that up. You know,
They would.
Axel,
They would
Axel,
totally eat
Axel.
that up.
Wait, I need
Yeah,
Axel
let's
for a
get
second.
Axel. What-
I need
what-
Axel. Axel, can you bring out your pen? Like draw? Can you draw Dave Bautista as Brainiac?
Yeah, okay, I could try that. I also say him as a Perry.
Oh,
White,
everyone
you
mark
think it's
this
very
because the
well
last time I asked him to draw something, he said, "Oh, I never promised that." So mark this down on the December 2nd,
You guys are
12:58 a.m.
progressing.
Eastern. Yeah.
You guys are progressing.
You know,
I'll think
I
about
just don't see how you can. It's gonna be, for me at least, it's gonna be hard to top Lawrence Fishburne, his representation of Perry White. I thought it was so good, and
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering like how Gunn's gonna approach him. I mean, he'll most likely. I mean, you might as well just go as. I mean, they're probably gonna. Yeah, if they. I mean, like I saw that same thing too, where like if they were looking for somebody like the casting call, they are gonna do. Obviously a black dude, not gonna do a white guy, and I'm totally. I mean, I don't care. Like I said, I don't give a shit. Like I said, Lawrence Fishburne made me a believer. I'm like, all right, get somebody similar to that, but a little bit different. You know,
and also the
And
one in
Andrew Ball-
the
Andrew-
My
Andrew
Adventures of
Ball-
Superman is black
Yeah.
as well. So
yeah.
Andrew Bauer from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh, okay. I like that. I actually like that a lot.
This is your version of when I came on the show the first time and you just like casually were like, you know, Henry Cavill would be great in James Bond's DC universe. Vandal Savage. I couldn't go to sleep after that. I started like some of my friends were like big Cavill fans. I'm like, bitch, listen, do you know
Fuck
who Vandal
yeah.
Savage is?
I
And then-
still want that. I still
Yeah.
want that.
because
I
he can
think
be a
Cavill
Vandal
would be an
multiple
excellent Vandal
chapters.
Savage.
Yeah, he can be a Vandal for like several chapters because he Vandal is immortal, y'all. Like he doesn't die.
He
So
does not die. And I think I that's why I was like, oh man, can you imagine Henry Cavill as Vandal Savage?
how did you come to that idea? Like, what was?
I don't know. It was like one of those things where I think it was like, and I know like other people have, but I was like, I remember when after the whole Cavill thing happened, and I was like, when James Gunn said that, we talked about him being in something else, and I'm like, and I just remember sitting at my computer, just like right here, just kind of going like, well, what else could, I mean, like, I don't want him to play a hero. I want him to like go opposite. And then I just was like thinking, I was like, huh. And then I thought, and then I think it was just because obviously he's had the beard before and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know. It just like kind of hit me. And then of course I'm like looking online, and then, I'm not the only one that thought about that. I'm not saying like it was just me and people, or anything like that. But I just, for some reason, like when I saw like an image of him where he had the longer hair and the beard, I was like, oh, that works. I'm like, I was like, yeah, because we can't have him be a hero again. If he's going to show up in the new DCU, he can't be a hero again. He would have to be a villain. And that's where I kind of like went. I was like, well, what villain could he play? It's, and I think that just, that's
You're
what it
going to
was.
be the most powerful hero to playing the most powerful villain, because again, how do you defeat immortality?
Exactly. So it would work big time. But Axel, I wanted to, well, you're like down for the whole Perry White.
yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Well, I did like for as another character because like Bane, that's too easy.
Yeah.
I
Too
just
on
don't
the
think he's old
nose.
enough for them.
Yeah.
I think you have to have somebody that that kind of has that kind of father figure type, mentality. Like what Andy was saying about Andre. I say his last name.
Andre Bauer.
Yeah, from Brooklyn
Captain
Nine-Nine.
Holt.
That would be great, but again, I think you're still treading on Lawrence Fishburne territory. You know what I mean? You're like, okay, so we did that already. Now we got to get somebody else that has another twist to it. So that's why I could see him going with, Dave Bautista, because nobody would see that coming. And it'd be a totally new take on the character, which all the fans would be like, oh, he's going to ruin the character. But I think it'd be pretty cool.
You know what the twist can I add something to what you were saying, like, taking a new spin on it? The twist I would want is for Superman Legacy to reveal that the reason he lets Clark work at the planet is because he knows he's Superman. He's like, I get it. You need a normal life too. Let me give you a home, where you feel like you can be you, like where you can contribute to telling the truth about the world and reporting on the news and so on. Like that would be like, that's a good way. Because honestly, God, like I love Lawrence Fishburne as Perry, but I feel like we
Yeah.
didn't get enough of him in the DC
Well,
movie.
we didn't because everything got fucked.
Yeah,
but
exactly. But I never got the sense that he knew that Clark was Superman.
I think he knew, or he suspected at least. But I always thought, like, when it comes to Henry Cavill, if he were to ever come back to DC, for a DC project, I think it'd be really cool to
Get a contract
him-
first of all.
yeah, get a contract first. But I think it'd be really cool if he came back as a villain, but as a fallen version of Superman. You know what I mean? Like a Kingdom Come Superman that's come to the multiverse to take over their world because he feels like superheroes, are a threat to humanity if they go unchecked. And so now you have the new Superman taking on a variant of Cavill Superman with him being a villain. I think it'd be kind of cool to see them go
I
out.
don't think they're gonna do that.
Don't say variant. We call it doppelganger in DC.
Doppelganger.
Yeah, watch Flash season 2 streaming on Netflix.
But speaking of variants, I mean, I know this was like I guess it was over the last weekend, but David Cornsweat getting a little bulky.
He's getting jacked. I mean, he's supposed to, right?
Of course.
Everyone's
But,
like, "Oh, he's gonna be a skinny Superman." Like, no, he's not.
I know. I mean, it was the same. I got the same shit in my mentions when Pattinson and everything. So, but
Yeah.
He's not that out of. He's not. Pattinson isn't skinny.
And look,
I know.
he's
No,
trying
that's
to be
the thing.
modest too. He's wearing a long sleeve sweater. You know what I mean?
That's what's
got a
so
full
interesting about,
beard.
like, anytime we
he
see
looks
him, he's
bigger.
wearing baggy clothing, but he is noticeably bigger from what obviously if you've seen like just normal images of him, he was always he was pretty skinny dude, but right here it's like
He's skinny. I would say because he's a tall dude. So like he
he's like
always
6'4".
Yeah, like Andrew Garfield, for example. I would say he is someone that you could see as skinny because he's tall, but you notice it a lot more. David, like again, he's big, but he's now getting bigger. But what up, Daddy, is what I'm saying. Like, damn.
Hey, who's this guy?
Another
right
Daddy.
there,
Look
right
at
there.
this. So this is what, like, this is what he kind of like normally was looking like. So I mean,
That's not even small though.
it's pretty lean.
No,
Pretty
Superman, that's
let's look at them arms. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Let
Okay.
the homo talk for a second. Look at them arms. Look at them arms. What? Look at them arms.
I don't know. They're good arms. They're good
They're good
arms, Andy.
arms.
Yeah. As a heterosexual, I can agree. I can look at a man and be like, "Hey, look at those arms."
Yeah,
All right.
but like, that's not skinny. Like I've seen,
Okay, but I mean, it's pretty. I'm not saying like skinny, but I mean, it's compared to, I'm looking at shoulders mainly because I'm always like, oh, it's the shoulders. I mean, the shoulders have boom.
Look
I mean,
at
look
that.
at
I mean, holy
I
shit.
that is
He needs to take
pretty-
that jumper off so I can.
Well,
See,
and if you look too, he's got a full beard because when you put on that much weight and you get that
Shoulders,
jacked,
same
your
dude.
face gets bigger too. You're like,
Oh yeah.
so he's trying
Well,
to
he's
cover it up.
eating. The dude's probably eating like full cows and chickens. It's like, and
I mean,
full
they all
slabs of
do it.
drywall.
I mean, even Chris Pratt, when they signed him to be Star-Lord,
that times
Well,
he
he
was he had to do the reverse
yeah,
because he was
I mean,
chubby.
he
Well,
was
I think
chubby,
he got-
not in shape whatsoever.
Yeah.
And he had to do all that at home by himself. Like he had a workout routine he had to do at home. I would have been like, dude, you better have somebody fucking show up every day to work me out because otherwise.
No,
ain't
no.
gonna
The
happen.
bigger question is that booty being worked out though? Because like it looks like the shape is getting rounder.
Well, see, this is what happens. This happened. This is what happens. Like,
This is what happened. You bring Andy on. All he looks is just
The booty.
Well, he's gonna be wearing a cape most of the time. So.
yeah. So
Listen, have you
I
not
think
seen Tyler
he's not
Hoechlin?
playing. He's not playing. He's not playing Nightwing.
Or Tyler Hoechlin with the Michelin Man suit. He's like, that's like, come on.
No,
Like, what are we doing here?
Wait. Because I have a story. I have a
dude,
story.
Andre, did you really just make fun of like CW stuff? You know, Andy's gonna like.
No,
Oh,
because
that's
I'm gonna shut it down anyway because I know how to do that. Here's the thing. So in season 2 of Supergirl, I did a press junket for Supergirl, and here's what happened. Because I have had the opportunity to accidentally look at Tyler Hoechlin's booty in front of me. We were walking to the hotel where they do all the interviews and so on. We were walking to the level where they were gonna do the Supergirl press room.
And how was the experience?
If you let me finish, I will tell you the experience. So sit your eyes down and let me tell my story.
Okay. I'll
You
stop.
know, yeah. So we're walking through the room, and there's this guy in front of me walking. Like he's wearing like these really tight jeans, and like it is 8 a.m. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm super tired. At Comic-Con you only sleep 2 hours at night anyway. So like, but like my chaotic queer eyes are of course get distracted by the boot in front of me, and I'm like, oh, that's fake. And then he turns out, I'm like, oh shit, it's a new Superman. So it's listen, like you can say what you ever say about the CW cosplay, but like the man has Tyler Hoechlin has it.
I don't know. Tyler Hoechlin, yeah, he's got it. I mean, I remember that the shirtless thing that he had in there was like everybody was like,
well, yeah, no,
that
like,
was all over my timeline. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that got cut out. Well, see, the thing is like, I mean, this a common thing when it comes to actors, dudes that are bulking up for all this stuff is like you bulk first and then you cut. And like when I'm looking at Corn Sweat right here, it seems like he's very much in the I am eating everything right now, lifting every weight. And I mean, and it was funny too because I said at the beginning of this, like my clip on TikTok went viral because I commented, huh?
You're on TikTok?
Yeah, I'm also on TikTok. I post my clips on there, my shorts. So if you,
I'm gonna follow you so you can go.
Yeah, but it was funny because my clip.
What's viral?
Huh?
When you say it goes viral, like we're talking.
It's
how many
like
views?
I always say over 100,000 views.
Oh,
yeah,
nice, man.
Yeah, so like this is the first video I've ever had on TikTok that it's at like 120 or maybe 30, I don't know. It took off and I was like, oh, that's it, because I saw it started to take off. I'm like, oh, and then I started reading the comments and a lot of people didn't like what I had to say because, obviously I have to condense it to less than a minute because I just use that as, shorts and reels and TikTok. But I made a mention of like, oh yeah, usually if an actor has to bulk up, put on 20, or so pounds of muscle, they're going to have a little help with some, some things. I'm not saying they're sticking needles in their asses, but of course I didn't say that in the clip. I said that in the full thing. So a lot of people are pushing back against that whole thing, but I'm like, well, Corn Sweat has had a lot more time. And I remember I always go back to Christian Bale because remember Christian Bale had to go from the Machinist, 121 pounds. Remember that? Remember how skinny he got? He had to go from that
in Blu-ray featurettes. There is when he's doing test shots from like with the cape. Like I mean he was so big.
Let him finish.
Yeah. But it was just like he had to do that and then just basically he said that he was eating just nothing but meat and potatoes. And he said he got as big as a bear. He was like, that was his quote. He was like, I got as big as a bear. And I remember even seeing images on like, some kind of red carpet or something like, and Bale looked very, very bulky and very everything. And he's like, yeah, I got too big. I got too big because I was just eating just crazy, just carbs and meat and lifting heavy weight. And then like the trainer was like, okay, we have to now trim you out. You are too big. We have to lean you out. So I think right now Corn Sweat, and that's why he's wearing like this kind of clothing. It's like he is very much in the bulk state. They're not going to start filming until March. So I think in January he's going to start doing the cutting phase where now he's like, all right, I'm going to get into a more caloric deficit and I'm going to start like doing that kind of stuff.
Caloric, what's that?
Well, just like,
calories.
Like, you have to you're burning more calories than you're eating kind of thing. So that way he's like, now gonna just, because right now, if you see him shirtless, he's probably just going to be like, okay, he's got shoulders. He's got
mass.
He's got mass. But now they're going to like suck him down to where it's like, okay, now you're going to see every ripple and all this kind of stuff and veins and all that shit. It's such a weird process. But the thing that people were pushing back against me on TikTok was like, I was like, yeah, but he has a lot of time to do all this. But when actors have a limited amount of time, guess what? They're getting a little help. And I'm not saying they're shooting steroids in their butt. He's
probably doing that too. He's like, hey, shoot it right there.
Yeah, I know. But they're taking like human growth hormone, they're taking testosterone. That is a form of a steroid, but it's not illegal. That's the thing.
Not for
It's like-
actors, it isn't. Like,
No.
so
That's why I
I'm
wish
sure-
that Dwayne Johnson and all those guys would admit that they're, hey, you're taking something.
Oh yeah,
Come
he's
on.
taking some shit. So look,
So
I'm
is Hugh
sharing the
Jackman.
screen.
I mean, there's no way. He's like,
Uh,
I mean, come on. It's
If
just
you can pull
it's
this
just a
up,
hard
I want to show Andy. So like, look, form fitting. He looks great. He looks great. Form fitting. Looks great. Not so great. I mean, come on. I mean, that's like.
You think that's a padded suit?
It
look at the cape.
is!
It looks
little
so
bit.
tucked in.
Hold
Like
on,
that.
I will.
It
Hold on,
just
I
looks a
will.
little. It looks a
It-
little. That looked always a little weird. I didn't like the small S either.
Yeah, why it was so small?
I
He
remember
fixed it
I
in
did like a
season
quick,
three.
like
He
I
just
did
big
like
in
a
season 3.
yeah. I
they did
remember
fix
like
it.
I
They made
remember.
it bigger.
I'm gonna fix this for everyone. Hold on.
I remember when I saw like that there was like an image of Tyler Hoechlin as and they showed him and it was like a shot. And I'm like, God, that S looks really
Dave,
ridiculous.
show it. Bring it up. Bring it up.
And I remember like I was in Arizona. I was at Lake Havasu, and it was like late at night, and I literally used my PixArt app just to make the S bigger, and I posted it, and people were like, "Oh my God, that's so much better." I was like, "Yeah, I know." Jesus Christ. Oh boy. See, but see, that's what this is what we're talking about right here.
All right, let's see it.
And it is like the fact that it's like when you and even Hugh Jackman has talked about this, is like when you have like these moments right here, this is where you start, you know,
See,
you
he's
Holy
cut,
shit.
man.
you bulk up and then you cut it out. You cut out for like a month of just like more restrictive to get that, you know, to get that lean.
Look at that. He's shredded. That looks great.
Totally shredded right there.
Looks
Yeah.
like me in the morning. No, I
I doubt that.
and then it's like, you know, when you see Henry Cavill in Man of Steel, I mean, that's like beyond shredded. I mean, that guy is like, he was jacked in Man of Steel, just like
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's the
running
thing
around
is
with a
like,
shirt on and was like, whoa.
you know what's funny? What's funny is like I always thought that Cavill, like if you look at him as shirtless in well, I mean it's funny because when it comes to well, let's not do that. All of a sudden blonde hair is coming out of my hair. No. No, but like
you need a wig.
in Justice League, I always felt like Cavill wasn't as big in Justice League as he was in BVS and Man of
Yeah.
Steel. You
Well,
look
he
at
was
that
smaller
shot,
in Justice League, yeah.
yeah, Justice League, he was smaller, I think. He was still
Yeah, he
very,
was.
you know, he looked great, you know, he looked, you know, fucking
Do you think that was
ripped,
because of Mission Impossible? Because he was shooting those films at the
Could
same
be
time,
that.
he had to be smaller.
maybe. But like when you see that scene when he comes, you know, out of the water and then he gets the clothes and stuff like that.
Oh, he
dude
was
is like so
huge.
huge.
Mhm.
And even the scene in BVS when he's making the fake eggs,
Super big
is
eggs.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow! Now you're attacking him for his cooking skills. Wow.
I know, right? But he looked like it was just like he looked massive. But when it came to Justice League, he didn't. I mean, he still looked big, but it was like he just seemed a little bit more like I don't know, like he wasn't as big as he was in those two shots. I think I don't know. It just seemed like he was just a lot bigger in the and it could just be because like you know obviously he wasn't in Justice League as much, and obviously he had other roles, so he couldn't just be like you know he couldn't just be like oh let me get super massive and just you know eat 300 grams of protein a day and all this kind of stuff. So.
I'm
But-
glad David's getting enough time to work out and get big. So I wonder if what the other actors are. I mean, I guess Nathan Fillion doesn't really have to work up because
He's just gonna show up like, yeah, I'm here.
well, I mean, the Green Lantern suit is just it's. I mean, and which I like the Guy Gardner suit. I do like it. No, you're not. Oh, he can burn me.
Oh, there you go.
Flex those pecs.
He
Yeah,
can burn
look-
me.
look at-
See, but see, if you compare that shot right there to like in Man of Steel when he comes out of the water and he's like, trying to find the clothes, he just was so fucking and mind you, obviously, anytime there's a shirtless scene or anything like
Here, I
that,
got it
they
right
always
here.
do the pump up. They always do the pump up, like, hey,
Yeah.
drop down, do some push-ups, lift some dumbbells to get that pump so you look bigger. That's
So,
definitely part of it. but
There's
yeah.
Justice League, right? There he is. And then there's Man of Steel.
Yeah,
And
see, he
he's
just
like,
seems
"Boom."
like he's just a little bit more,
See, he's
you
like,
know.
yeah, I'm fit. Boom!
yeah.
Mm.
This is what we
What's the
do
thing
on
to
Film
that?
Junkie Live. We were just talking about,
We're looking at man's boobs.
yeah, we're looking
Yeah.
at shirtless men. Oh boy,
And I was not even the one who asked for it. They
Yeah,
did.
but it's
exactly.
true though.
Some
In
women
Justice
shit,
League, he wasn't as big, because he didn't have to be really, even though he has a massive shirtless scene, which is kind of crazy. But as Jason said, Jason McKenzie, he did just come back from the dead, so maybe he lost a little bit of muscle when he was.
That's a good point. That's a
Yeah.
good point. That's a very good point.
Maybe
So-
that was his version of skinny Superman. You know?
Maybe the mother
don't know.
box decided to just absorb a little bit of muscle. They're like, oh, I want some of that.
Yeah, yeah.
He
He just
He
needed
just
more
needed to get a little
sunlight.
sun,
Yeah. A little more
Yeah.
sunlight to perk up again. But but at the same time, it's just like, I mean, to get in superhero shape, you know what? I mean, it's funny too, because I think even recently, so I haven't posted my clip about this yet, because I did comment about it because I thought it was actually pretty funny. Paul Rudd, did you guys see the quote from Paul Rudd?
Yeah.
Talking about like how restrictive his diet was for Ant-Man, where he
had a
said
diet?
he said that like his like
he
at
says.
one point it got to the point where like he looked forward to drinking sparkling water. That's how restrictive it was. Now I'm kind of wondering if Paul Rudd was actually joking, because he is a funny guy, but at the same time, well, first off, the fact that he said that, and how many times have we heard like when the women folk have to do that and there's a big stink about it and like, how dare you? And I always go like, the dudes, have you seen what they have to go through to try to get in superhero shape?
It's like giving birth. Okay. maybe
Yeah,
not that,
It's
that,
like
but-
it could be very difficult too. And that came out, and I was like, I made the joke. I'm like, Jesus Christ, imagine if this was obviously you make the comparison, it's different, but at the same time, it was like,
How dare you, fun police?
I know, but I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, when I remember like Amy Schumer made a stink way back then. They wanted me to lose weight, or and you've heard that many times, and it's like, you're playing a certain type of character, and they're like requesting you to be this type of role. How many times have dudes had to like again, they might have had to take something that maybe they didn't want to take just to get bigger, or they had to like restrict all this kind of stuff and blah blah blah. It's like, but you never hear about that. No complaints over there, or nobody gives a shit about that. But it was just kind of funny, because I'm like, why the fuck does Ant-Man need to even be like in superhero shape?
Yeah, I don't get that
He
either.
doesn't.
That is bizarre.
That's so bizarre, right? Because he had that one shirtless scene in the first Ant-Man
Yeah.
where he was like leaned up, and it was like, all right, Paul Rudd, you look good. You have abs. You have tone.
He was shirtless, and see,
Oh,
this is
yeah.
how little.
Somebody
This is how
pull
little I
that
get.
up. Andre,
No,
pull
I don't
that
know.
up.
I don't need to see that. I don't need to see.
I
shit.
have it right here.
Andre,
You wanna
look
see
up
it?
Paul Rudd shirtless.
We are on. This is the theme of tonight. Shirtless.
Yeah. Just change the
actors
thumbnail to
playing
shirtless men.
No, but he had
Shirtless-
like a quick.
I
scene.
want to just make it for the record that
This
I
is
was
it.
not
This
the
is
one who
it. Right
started.
there.
That
was
was it
it.
right there. That was
was
it.
it.
That was it.
Cool.
I mean, he's shredded. Yeah, get it off the
Ah,
screen.
cool. That was it. That was it. But I'm like, okay, so for Ant-Man 2 and 3, why would you even need to have a restrictive diet?
No, the question we should ask about that is why did we get an Ant-Man 2 and 3?
Good one, Andy. I like that.
What's funny is that like the day that he was talking about that, I had just watched Ant-Man Quantumania the night before, because I was like, you know what? Let me watch it again.
No
I hadn't
shirtless scene.
no shirtless scenes, and I hadn't seen it since the theater, so I was like, okay. And all the Kang shit was good. Everything else was just like, whatever.
Yeah. Kang was great. Yeah.
It was funny was that the entire time that I was watching it, every time that Cassie showed up, I kept thinking about Dave saying, God, she just has the one look. That's
She
it.
does. That's all
Dad,
she
we have to
has.
save the world. We have to go and save. We have to stop Kang from destroying the
no-
world.
Don't be a
She had
dick.
no emotion. It was always just like, come on, Dad, let's do this.
Yeah, it was the same look every time. Like everything was a joke or everything was a game. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah. But I was just like, when that came out, I'm like, I love Paul Rudd. He's one of my favorites.
It's great.
Huh?
He's great.
Yeah, I love him. Anything he's in, you tell me Paul Rudd's in it, I'm like, I'm down, because I love that guy. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, did they actually wanted him to trim down for Ant-Man 3? I mean, he wears the suit the entire time. It's like there was nothing needed. Like usually when it comes to superhero roles, you're gonna have your shirtless scene. You're gonna have that scene. But Paul Rudd didn't have that in 2 or 3. So why did he need to be on a restrictive diet? and I don't know. It's just like one of those things where, and I saw a lot of people even on Twitter comment about that, and females, and everybody just kind of goes like, well, why does like certain characters need to be just like that anymore? It's like, it just seems like you go back to like Michael Keaton, even Christopher Reeve, like go back to the beginning of like these roles. It's like, yeah, they got in like shape. Michael Keaton was not jacked when he was
wasn't.
Batman. He was not jacked.
He was just himself.
He was fit,
Yeah.
but not jacked. When it came to Christopher Reeve, yeah, he gained muscle, but it wasn't like they didn't have a shirt.
He's already a tall dude. So
yeah. It's like it is interesting when it comes to that. And even going back to Zack Snyder, Zack likes to have, his characters be like, and he work. But what's great about him is he works out with them because dude's also very much in shape. But it's always like a very interesting. Like I get it. Like when it comes to like a movie like 300, it's like, all right, you're trying to show these Spartan warriors. It's based off of a real event, but it's fantasy. So let's get these guys super in. And if you even look into what Gerard Butler had to do to get in that shape, fucking hell, that guy was dedicated. He was working out 4 hours a day. He was working out with the cast, and then he would do his own workout. That's just,
it was nuts.
And it showed because he was the leader. He had to be that. And that's what I love is like Gerard Butler took it upon himself to be like, all right, I'm the leader of this group, so I got to work extra hard. And it showed. And just the way that Zack shot that film, you watch that, you go, Jesus Christ, his abs have abs. Like what? Like what is going on there? It's insane. But I think it's just like, I get it. Like Superman, yes, I get it. You have to get in that shape. Batman, same way. But Ant-Man. Yeah, why would Ant-Man need to be in that kind of shape? There's just doesn't seem that. I think there's sometimes where there's certain roles where like you don't need to be in that shape, especially when you have like these superheroes that are going to have like a suit that has certain form padding. You might not even need that either. Like I don't know. It's like a very I think not every superhero role needs to like you have to get in like crazy fucking shape.
Well, like Anthony Starr, he's not in like great shape. He has padded muscles, but it works out because the suit just covers it up. And you never.
And then in the last season, he's been naked. He's been naked on in episodes, and he's not. But he's still in good shape. But he's not like shredded. Yeah, you're right.
You were talking about the actress who plays Cassie, because I saw this whole thing happen on Twitter the other day that apparently James Gunn has started following her. I mean, it's like, I know it doesn't always mean that that when he follows someone on Instagram, that means he's gonna have cast him in a film. But I'm like, dear Lord, don't bring her into the DCU. Like,
she's not good.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be mean to her.
I know, neither do I.
Who was it?
The girl who plays Cassie in Memory.
Yeah. Like he followed her recently.
And everyone was like, oh,
I don't know why he would bring her along. I mean, she's
oh wait, that's not the right one.
I was like, what are we doing here?
No, that was the second.
You couldn't get enough.
Oh wait, shit. I clicked it. Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ, this stupid thing. I know there was like another one. This one right here. Yeah. Oh, that's not it. Jesus Christ. Why is this thing not working?
What site was that?
No, that was like what he sent earlier about his
if you
article.
go read it, it's like, what are you gonna do?
What the hell? This thing is not showing me. I don't know.
Click on the link that says we don't care. The link,
yeah, apparently.
Yeah, the link that says 64.media Tumblr. Like that's, you don't see it.
No, I have the. What the hell is that?
Hey, Axel, if you're trying to be like Zach showing off cool shit on your phone, then show them cool shit.
Okay, here's a robot dog.
That's weird.
Oh, never seen that before.
And a real dog, that's fucked.
Is it a real dog? I don't know. I'll have a look.
I don't know why, but StreamYard does not let me.
Okay, let me try this.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you send it because for some reason StreamYard's not. Let me.
They're just like, that's too much. That's too hot.
Pretty much, I guess that's what's happening. It's this right. There you go. That's better. See there. I mean, you got to realize. Like even Hugh Jackman has said this. Hugh Jackman has said this is like usually when actors get to the scene that they're going to be shirtless, they dehydrate themselves to make it look a little bit more boop, kind of thing too, which is not, it's just that's
he's
part of
shredded, dude. He looks great.
There's no season 3, so I think he definitely worked out more during season 2 and 3. But like, he remind everyone like brush your teeth, otherwise I will burn your eyes off. Like he's he's just waving that. I don't even know what episode this was. Like he was like talking to Lowe's about something. It's like brush your damn teeth. I'm glad David is having enough time to work out.
Corn sweat? Yeah.
Yeah. No, David Zaslav.
Oh, fuck David Zaslav.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like, oh yeah, I got
to. First, do you get called David, Dave?
Well, yeah, of course. That's the thing. My parents refuse to call me Dave.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, both my parents, like, they will never call me Dave. Yeah. Like, yeah, because they name me David. So like, yeah, my mom specifically, mom a film junkie, she's like, I can't call you Dave. And then I remember I had that conversation even this past weekend with when I was up at my dad's, and like I think it got brought up. He's like, "Yeah, I can't call you Dave." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I get it. You name me David, and you've been calling me David for 40 years, kind of thing." And it's like, damn. Okay, easy there, Axel. You want to get kicked out? He said, "Damn, dude, that's like that Kevin Hart moment with Don Cheadle." Yeah. When he said his age, and Kevin Hart was like, "Damn,"
and he's like, "Sorry."
Yeah, sorry. I think that was a skit, but anyways, easy there, Axel. You want to get invited to the next?
I'm turning 20.
Treading on thin ice here.
Oh, you're turning 20. He's like, "Oh,
I'm a big boy now." Yeah,
and you're just as basic as you are now.
But David Cornsweat, like, he's gonna get bigger. He's gonna look the part.
Oh, he already does look the part.
Well,
he just has
he does. I'm saying, like, I'm talking
he looks
about
like Henry Cavill.
physique, but I mean, I'm so sick of the narrative of like, oh, it doesn't matter what James Gunn's doing because it's gonna flop, and then they're gonna bring Zack back. Like that's not gonna happen that way. If somebody new takes over. No,
I don't think it'll make $1 billion. I don't think it'll make $1 billion necessarily.
It doesn't matter. Like, if somebody else were to take over, that's the worst thing that could possibly happen.
Yeah,
let Zack be free. Let Zack just let Zack be free.
#free Zack.
Yeah. Well, he's already free. He's already free. It's like, I mean, the whole hashtag bring back Zack. I'm like, no, I'm always like hashtag.
Was that was it actually hashtag like bring back Zack?
Oh yeah, there's a hashtag out there. I've had many times.
There's a bring back Henry Cavill hashtag, even though they did that and they didn't show up.
Okay, another thing that was in that article. Is did I bring it up in my video? I think
Aaron
I did.
Couch article.
Yeah, no, the one, the THR article.
What's his name?
Well, like what Zack said, that he was like, I wasn't trying to be the architect of DC. Remember when he said that?
Yes.
I don't know how many times I had people like going like, oh yeah, Zack and Debbie should be running DC Studios, and I kept on going, they don't want to do that. That's not what they want to do. I was like, I don't know how many times I had that. It was like when it came to DC Studios, like when that was a thing, even like before and after James Gunn took over, it was like it should have been Debbie and Zack. I'm like, they don't want to do that.
Being considered, like, no.
They didn't want to do that. And and I love the fact that he said that in there. He was like, I wasn't trying to be the DC architect. I just wanted to tell my stories, and then that's it. He wasn't trying to be the Kevin Feige. He wasn't trying to be, and it was just like, I just love that he said that right in that article. I was like, yeah, guys, when it comes to DC Studio, if like they were trying to make a DC Studios back then, Debbie and Zack would not want to take that job. Why would they want to like stranglehold themselves to be like that? They want to create new shit. They wanted to tell stories and bring, and I loved what Debbie said too in that article when they were like, oh yeah, we wanted to, do a different Batman, a different Superman, and bring Wonder Woman to the big screen for the first time and do all that. And then even like when it came to Rebel Moon stuff, and when Zack already had the idea, he's had the idea for years, like for decades, and then try to repurpose it for Star Wars. and Star Wars, and Lucasfilm turned it down, Zach was a little like, "Aw," and Debbie was like, "That's good. Why would you want to fucking, be stranglehold? You have like this idea, And then she even said, remember, like, DC. I mean, like, it's like DC doesn't allow you to do what you want to do. Why would you want, It's like one of those things. And I'm like, again, I always go, oh, God, this is why I love them. They're such a team because Zach is like the creative force. And he's like trying to like, I want to get my ideas out. I want to get my ideas out. And sometimes he has crazy ideas. And she just like goes, nope. She like tells him like, stop. I always say that they are
plan to Zack's James Gunn, basically.
No, I always say like when you see that scene in 300 where Leonidas looks at his queen before he kicks the guy into the hole.
Yep.
That is Zach and Debbie right there.
Yeah.
That is a representation before, like when he's like talking to the Persian guy, and then he's like he looks at his queen, and she goes and she gives him like a quick nod. And then he looks back and says some shit. And then he goes, "This is Sparta." And he goes, boom. And it kicks him in there because she gave him the go ahead. That's Zach and Debbie to a T right there because she has to keep him in check a little bit. Again, that's a beautiful creative and a beautiful marriage is the fact that it's like she was like
squad goals.
Zach was all about, oh, this could be a Star Wars film. I love Star Wars. And then when he pitched it and they turned it down, he was like, she was like, what are you thinking? That's not Star Wars. This is great. Kind of thing.
Think. There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah.
No,
I love that. I just love that.
I loved that quote because I mean he really said, if you want a guy who's gonna make a product that's gonna sell toys and that everyone's gonna have fun and have a good time, then you picked the wrong guy.
Yeah. He wasn't trying to do that.
No,
he trying to be the DC architect.
It's like you picked a visionary storyteller to do your DC movies. And so he's going to tell the story the way that he tells his stories.
Yeah.
The problem was that once they got further into it, they were like, oh, well, wait a minute. And I'm sure it didn't help that there were people there that were saying, hey, look, I know more than this guy does. And I can steer us in the right direction. So there's a lot of factors that were happening there. But I love that he said that. I also love that Christopher Nolan said that he thought Watchmen was ahead of its time. And he would have loved to have seen Watchmen come out to see how it would have been if it would have came out post-Avengers.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, Watchmen is like the deconstruction of the Avengers, like...
Did you see Nolan's new quote today?
No, which one? No.
He posted that his favorite scene in Man of Steel is the scene he loves the scenes between Kevin Costner and young Clark Kent. Jonathan.
Whose quote is this?
Huh?
Who said this?
Christopher Nolan.
Oh,
He said that he specifically loved, of course, the part where where he's showing him the ship and young Clark goes like, "I just want to be your son," and he hugs him, which always fucking chokes me up.
Oh,
I love how Costner says that. He goes, "You are my son."
You are my son.
Can I just pretend to be your? Can I just keep pretending to be your son?
Yeah.
No, that's how you fucking act, Cassie. Sorry.
No, but yeah, Nolan said that that's his favorite. I think he really he loves those scenes in those movies, but he's particularly loved that scene. So Nolan's just, God damn it. I mean, Zach is just being lifted up so much right now. Everybody's just, I mean, I'm looking at Twitter right now and he's trending. His name is on the trending page.
Of course.
Right now.
You know who Mortal Kombat. That's trending.
You know whose name isn't trending?
Who?
Tatiana Siegel.
Diana Siegel?
Tatiana
Siegel. Okay.
The Seagull, as I actually.
They said Diana Siegel. I'm like, who's that?
I don't even know who that is either.
But another thing I wanted to talk about also is how are we feeling about that Furiosa trailer?
Haven't seen.
Looks good, man. I thought it
you haven't
really,
seen
really
it,
cool.
Andy? What? You're not a Mad Max fan.
I haven't. I told you on several episodes ago. Like I haven't even seen Fury Road yet. I want to.
You have to watch it. Watch it when we're done today.
I'm today. Oh, so we're gonna do this for a whole day, and then I get to go see them. I didn't know they were releasing a Mad Max movie, so that's
all right. Well,
that's
I mean,
cool,
you have to watch Fury Road because It's excellent. It was my favorite movie of 2015. It came out in 2015. Yeah.
Was it 8 years ago? Really?
Yeah. It's been that
Oh,
long.
A long ass wait for a sequel, y'all.
You
yeah,
guys
well,
ever played the
prequel-
Mad Max video game?
a prequel, technically. Yeah. The Mad Max video. I didn't play that. No.
It's super fun.
I'm sure
Well,
it
there's
is.
also the Suicide Squad anime. That's
Yeah, I
we
saw that,
fuck-
dude. And I was like, all right, cool. That's fine. But we're talking about Furiosa right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Furiosa
Andre,
looks
it's not
really,
about
really
the
good.
Snyderverse we're talking about.
I'm really excited for that because I mean, look, Fury Road was absolutely mind blowing, and the first time I saw that, I was just like, oh my god, he went there and he fucking nailed it. This is awesome. I mean, them traveling through the desert in all their cars and the guy playing the guitar, and I was just like, that was the pinnacle scene where you're just like, I remember watching it, I was like, yeah, I'm all in. This is badass.
George Miller said, "What? I'm pushing 70. I'm going to fucking school all you action directors right now," and he fucking did. And that's what's so crazy.
And
Dude.
then there was all those talks about, oh, there's a lot of reshoots. This is probably going to be a problem. And then you watch the movie and you're like, fuck yeah, there was reshoots. Like, look at these shots.
Stunt work was insane. Like, I don't even like.
This was pretty.
Yeah, fucking guys on like pogo sticks or whatever. Like,
I mean,
like,
most of
was
it was like practical. I mean, obviously there's also VFX in there for sure, but. And then when it, and I will say, like, when it comes to the Furiosa trailer, yeah, there's some heavy VFX shots that might need some polishing, but it's not coming out till May, so it's got time.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people even push back on that when I like posted. I was like, oh, the incoming fucking cinema on Twitter, and they're like, and I'm like, I get it, but it's still George Miller, and there's a lot of really cool shots, and it looks like the action's badass. And I love the fact that Chris Hemsworth, they put prosthetics on him. He looks weird, and he's the villain, and he looks like he's leaning into it. I love Anya.
She's in this.
Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah. Her face
She's
is
gorgeous. She's got gorgeous.
She's gorge.
She's gorge. She's so gorgeous.
Everything she does looks beautiful.
But how is the actual Australian feeling about this? I mean, you live 10 minutes away up there, George.
Yeah, he lives at Camp Cove. And I saw the trailer this morning, and it looks pretty good. I will say.
Do you like Fury Road?
I have not seen it, and that's on my checklist. I do need to.
You haven't
You're
seen
Australian.
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck?
I will watch it. I will watch it eventually.
This is the thing,
You better love it.
So.
If you don't love
Hey,
it,
you better love it.
I mean, I'm watching RoboCop at the moment, and yeah, it's good.
I mean, RoboCop's a good movie, but I mean, you got to watch that. This is for Dave. I wanted to play.
Yeah, I
this.
know.
This is
I
her
saw that. I saw that earlier. I
CCXP
was like,
looking absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
Look at her.
Oh, this looks
Andre, I remember on your show, like when I was last on.
Oh shit! Sorry,
What did you do?
What did you do? Like
totally
we
felt like,
covered
no,
getting married, and you were like so upset. He was like, "She is off the market."
Oh yeah, she's engaged or whatever. I was like,
she got married. She got married.
Yeah, I was like, so guys,
I know. We all
off the market.
all cried a little bit inside. We're fine.
this
Yeah,
this shit looks good. This looks like really practical.
Yeah. Are you talking about Furiosa?
Yeah, I'm watching the trailer right now.
Oh, okay. I thought, but you gotta watch Fury Road. I'm gonna watch
it.
Is that Chris Hemsworth?
Both of you. Yeah, Chris Hemsworth is the bad guy. The guy with the long hair. Yeah, that's Hemsworth.
yeah,
He's
it's crazy that
Australian.
he's the bad guy.
Looking nose.
Yeah,
Right.
they put some prosthetics on him to make
Look
him
at
look
this.
ugly.
Look at this guy.
Huh.
Which guy?
This guy. Look at it. He's just having a blast.
Aww.
Look at that. He's just like, woo, let's go.
Look at that energy the dude
Got a
has,
selfie
man.
stick?
Yep, he got a selfie stick on that shit.
Isn't
man.
that crazy?
Damn.
It's just like, man, this guy just always having fun.
Oh,
Dude,
I'm so happy about him.
You were talking about the how actors have only great things to say about Zack Snyder when they work with him.
Besides that one guy who was kicked out of Army of the Dead. But yeah, anyway, go on.
Well, anyway, yeah.
Well, no, I think he still had good things to say about Zack. But he got kicked out because of other reasons.
Yeah, a lot of other reasons. But I mean, I always love the interview with Christopher Maloney, who was in Man of Steel, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, the thing about Zach, he has this kind of energy. So, you work on sets and, sometimes the director's mad or he's, not talking to anybody or whatever. And you're just like, oh, great. It's going to be one of those days. He's like, and then when you work on a set with Zack Snyder, you show up in the morning and he's just like, hey, what's up? All right, let's go. And he's like, and you just know, like, everything's going to be all good. Everything's all good. All right, this is great.
That's the thing. Is like everybody like just has not a bad thing to say about him.
And like I'm always gonna go back to like just Michael Shannon reaching out to Zach, like asking, is it okay if I could, do I have your blessing? And he was like, yeah, it's cool. I'm like, this is that people respect.
But
Zach.
instead, our culture decided to enable someone like Joss Whedon for 2 decades, and and be like, Zach is the worst person in the whole damn world.
That's the thing. They put this label on Zach, like he's like this white supremacist or some shit like that. It's like, oh, he's a neo-Nazi. He's got tattoos.
He literally cast Jason Momoa as Aquaman.
I know. He's the one that made Aquaman fucking cool as shit. He said, "Hold my beer." You think Aquaman's a joke? Well, I'm gonna cast the coolest motherfucker that's out there, a Hawaiian guy. Or what is it?
Polynesian.
Yeah, there you go, Polynesian. We're gonna cast that. I always say if you're gonna change the race of a character that's from the books, make it make sense. And he made it make sense.
Make it necessary.
Just like when they changed it to Will Smith, I'm like, on David Ayer casting Deadshot as a black guy, I'm like, make it make sense. All right, that makes sense. You cast Will Smith, and he fucking did justice to the role. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's all you need to do. Like, like to all the people who are like, it's woke. I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying because they're like going to change some shit. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, if they make it make sense where I'm like, all right, I don't care.
Let's look at Namor for Black Panther 2. Like that made also a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It made a lot of sense.
Make it make sense. Like, just don't, if you're just doing it for the sake of trying to get points, fuck off.
Yeah, I don't want that. Like as a Persian man, I don't want representing just for the sake of it. Like again,
exactly.
Like if for example, like we can go back to CW for example. All of this tomorrow we had.
Well, hold on, Andy. What about Prince of Persia with Jake Gyllenhaal? Was that okay, or was that a slap in the face?
Did it sound like I was defending that movie, or was I trying to tell a different story?
I'm just asking for perspective.
No, that was a travesty.
That was a bad movie.
Yeah,
too. Yeah
really that's bad. Why I wasn't bringing it up. But like only tomorrow, we had 2 Persian characters. It's fine. He was Mysterio. We had 2 Persian superheroes on it tomorrow, but they never made it all about like look how Persian we are, or whatever. It's like look how Muslim we are. It's like it's who they are, but it's not their whole main stake.
Yeah, no, but I've always been like okay, make it make sense, and if you do, I'm perfectly fine. Even when it came to like the Little Mermaid that came out today, I was like, okay, that I don't care. When I watched it, I wasn't like the biggest fan because I'm not into the whole Disney shit, live action stuff. But I did watch, and I was like, I didn't like the movie, but I didn't care that. Oh my god, they made her black. I was like, no, she's got a great voice. She's gorgeous. No, and she's working for the role. Like it didn't like affect that portion of it. I just didn't like the movie in general. That's all.
Javier Bardem was like, Poseidon. I was like, okay, obviously there's no relation there.
They were definitely trying to go for brownie points, but the fact that she was black, I didn't care. Like the movie.
I mean, at that point, you can't care about it. You just got to go with it. Like whatever,
It was. Well, they were trying to do what they did with that Cinderella movie with Goldberg all those years ago. Where like, Which that movie is awesome. Again, they don't make it about race. They just like, oh yeah, the prince, he's of a different ethnicity. His mom is black, and his dad is his dad was Victor Garber. Holy shit, I forgot Victor Garber was in that.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like when it comes to some of these movies where they really try to throw it in your face.
Yeah, I don't want them. Even I don't want that.
But if they do it where everything just kind of flows naturally, I'm like, okay, good. You didn't make this. The story goes above what you did when it came to skin color. That's what I'm always looking for when it comes to this stuff. Is like, if you make the story that the story works and it's not like throwing in your face that we're just doing this for brownie points.
Yeah,
good. Okay, but if all I'm getting is you're only doing it for brownie points, fuck off. But like I said, when it came to certain things, like when it came to Momoa. I mean, you really, I mean, I remember those days too, where it was like, all right, if we're gonna have an Aquaman, it's like Aquaman has always been the butt of a joke for so many, for so long when it comes to the Justice League. How do you make him a badass? Well, you cast a badass to just in someone like Jason Momoa to fucking do something, and it worked. That's why when you see him finally when we saw him in Zack Snyder Justice League, it worked. But even before we got Zack Snyder Justice League, Aquaman, the first Aquaman, made $1 billion. Now is Aquaman 2 gonna make $1 billion? Hey, no.
No, we have some box office numbers coming in.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
I think Aquaman 2 will start off fairly good, and then as it gets in the third act, it'll just go like, oh, here we are. All right,
and here we are.
Well, someone is crying in the chat apparently.
What's happening? Who's crying in the chat?
Jazz is being like, shut the fuck up on this topic. Talk about movies of vodka. Oh,
well,
no.
it's Dave's stream, so
yeah.
Talk about movies. We're talking about movies. We're talking
Wait,
about.
we're
talking
talking
about movies.
Oh,
Jazz.
You strike me
Jaws.
as I don't see race person. Oh, is that what's going on? You're talking about movies.
Yeah.
This is part of movies. What are you talking about, man? Come on. Jesus Christ.
That's
It's
how
not
it
going to
is
be
these
everything,
days.
We're talking about all kinds of topics. Come on, Jahaz,
Jahaz.
Yeah, we're talking about, when it comes to the stuff, we're tackling some of the stuff when it comes to, like, when you have a certain side of YouTube going like everything's woke, and then of course you have the other side that goes nothing is woke and you guys are just bigots. And it's like, no, we're creating a middle ground here. That's what we're doing. We're like we're on the
we're brown men. Like, I'm sorry,
Yes, we have a mixed little bag here of people,
and Axel.
Axel, but at the same time, he's not American, so
he's an Aussie.
Dave, we're not going down
that
road.
I'm trying, okay. So we're trying to create a middle ground here. We don't want hey, we did this and be shoved in your face, and then we also are pushing back against not everything's woke, guys. Come on, let's do this shit. I hate that word. I'm getting so tired of hearing that.
Because I used to be I love saying it. Yes, I am woke, but now it's like people are just ruining that word.
Yeah, it's been fucking. I hate that word now.
Yeah. I'm open-minded is what I'm gonna use.
That's a good way to say it. We're all open-minded. Like I said, let it convince me that this
like
is
Blue Beetle. Like Blue Beetle did. Like how many times did he mention how Latino they were? No, they didn't mention. They mentioned maybe like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, damn, I forgot that was a movie. Damn.
Oh,
I like that movie. I thought it was good.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Kick him.
Okay. No, I have no need for a movie, and
No, I thought it was very enjoyable.
It's the best DC movie of the year.
This is The Dark Knight. Yeah, okay.
Oh boy,
don't even talk about that.
Yeah. I wonder, is that going to happen now, dude? When the press screening starts happening for Aquaman 2,
probably.
No, I think they're going to avoid that altogether.
Tom Cruise loves the movie.
They're just going to let it run its course. They tried their damnedest to help promote The Flash. They went all in on that shit. I mean, the marketing for that was way more than any other film that came out in the past few years, and it didn't help it. It was too far gone.
Aquaman 2 should have come out years and years ago.
Well, yeah. Well, it should. I mean, we're talking about the first one came out in 2018.
Yeah.
Literally, I even said it earlier in this stream. Like, I moved into my apartment that I'm currently at in August of 2018. Aquaman came out shortly after that, I think. Right? That came out also in the later months. But at the same time, it's like now we're in 2023, 5 years later.
Well,
and we're now getting a sequel.
In their defense, the movie did get delayed because of the pandemic, and then the VFX or whatever and so. But yeah, because
it had reshoots. I want to know what the fuck the reshoots were, if it was worth it.
Yeah.
Who ordered these reshoots? Was it?
Well,
Was
a
it
little
Aslan?
Wally,
Peter
Hamada.
Saffron. Peter Saffron.
Wally Hamada.
No, it's Peter Saffron, man. Peter Saffron's.
He's just like-
This is Peter Saffron's fucking movie right here. Realize that.
Final DCU movie.
This is why when it was announced that Saffron and Gunn, like I was like, all right, good. You get Gunn, you got a filmmaker in here, you got somebody who knows the shit. I get it, but I always never was a fan of Saffron being the CEO. I never was a fan because Saffron, yeah, he can handle the business side, but that has always worried me. And from what I've heard from talking to people in that business, is like Saffron was the one that was like, doing that was ordering the reshoots and all this kind of shit like that. See, that's the thing. It's like Saffron, I don't trust. I trust Gunn to a point, but
I can trust Saffron with the financial aspect. I don't think I could
yeah,
trust him
but
necessarily.
But yeah, that's the thing. It's like Saffron. This is Saffron produced movie right here, and that's the sad fact of the matter. Is like,
but he's also produced other movies that are also good. Like he did. He worked on Blue Beetle. He worked on Shazam,
the first Shazam.
Yeah.
And
we can't use one movie against him. Like it's
I
like,
get it. I get it.
I mean, people use movies against Gunn all the time. It's just like, dude, he hasn't even put out his first film for his DCU. And
what are you talking about, Andre? He's the reason why all the other movies flopped this year.
Yeah, how does that make any sense? Everyone's like, James
I mean,
Gunn says one flop after another.
I mean, announcing a reboot before.
Okay, but at the same time, that wasn't probably his. I mean, probably partly his idea, but it was. Yeah, that was dumb, but that was also part of like WB's idea. Yeah, it wasn't probably too smart to do that because I remember even thinking, all right, you're announcing all this, but we still have a number of movies coming out. 3 movies coming out this year. Probably not going to help things, but
yeah, like Shazam and Flash and Aquaman 2 were, they hadn't even come out yet, and they say all this. It's like, yeah, of course it's gonna, if anything, they maybe did a little favor for Blue Beetle, being like, yeah, that's not gonna be part of DCU. Like this is kind of like essentially like a little taste of the new DCU. But yeah, to say that when like. How many times has Shazam 2 and Flash and Aquaman been delayed? And they're like, oh yeah, these things will like just like it's just nothing.
Yeah,
but Tom Cruise loves the movie though, so
that's good. That's good.
Stephen King loved it too.
He did.
Who?
Stephen King loved The Flash.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The Flash could have been a much better movie. There's just something.
It should never have been a Flashpoint movie. That was the biggest mistake. Like, that storyline is
really
good,
never was though.
To death.
All I wanted was the role.
The problem, the main problem with the Flash was that
was the falling baby.
That was their opportunity to reset the DCU. Instead, they couldn't do it because Aquaman was still coming out after the movie, so they were fucked on that end. So they were like, "Well, what do we do? Well, let's just give them an ending that doesn't mean anything."
So they shot that god awful fucking.
Oh, that was terrible, terrible.
If we were gonna have a Batman that wasn't, again, if we were gonna have any Batman come back, like it would have been so cool if we had just met like a doppelganger version of Christian Bale's Bruce Wayne.
I did not mind the Keaton stuff. Because I'm a big fan of the Keaton.
No, I mean the cameo. I mean the cameo in the end.
Cameo, yeah.
I was like, why am I being
there's no way that Christian Bale was going to do that. I didn't mind the George Clooney bit. I actually didn't, but because I knew. I mean, I went in going like, oh yeah, they're going to do the Clooney bit, aren't they? Because I think I heard about it before, but I didn't mind it. But at the same time, I was like, I still want to see the original one with Cavill and Godot and Affleck, or where they did all that. I want to see that. Hopefully, I'm wondering if we're ever going to see that.
It's Cavill, Godot, Sasha Calle, and then Michael Keaton coming out of the.
Oh, that's right. Michael Keaton's there. It's not Ben Affleck.
That's what they're going to
people
do.
are saying, "Oh my God, just let the DCEU die after this." And I'm like, it's sad to agree that I have to agree with these people because these movies have been. This universe has been messed over.
It's hilarious.
I'm told.
Dude, but it's hilarious though because like
let Axel
go ahead.
Yeah. Like just we've had after Justice League, or I should say after Aquaman, we were given these substitutes. Like I know Andy loves Birds of Prey, but like that movie should not have been made.
Never
like
been made.
it should why? Because they were a bunch of C-listers, and it wasn't even the Birds of Prey. It was more like
Iron Man
Harley
was.
Quinn and
Iron Man.
friends.
Iron Man wasn't an A-list character when they made
It
that
served
movie.
no
True.
purpose to
But-
the overall DC storyline. And
I'm gonna-
universe, or Disney
I
It
storyline.
didn't have a
agree.
story. It was just like Shazam 2. I didn't watch it. I don't want to watch it. Like just watching the trailers, it just made it feel like it was just a DLC of the first one. Yep, like the
Well, when
like
it came
it
with-
just felt so empty. Like these
Yeah.
movies, like there's no connection. Like
going back to the Birds of
Motherfucker.
Prey,
Yeah.
going back to the Birds of Prey, I think they shouldn't have made it they shouldn't have called it Birds of Prey. They should have called it just like Harley Quinn. It should have just been Harley Quinn and just marketed as 100% Margot Robbie, Harley Quinn. Let's do this. And yes, it had some Birds of Prey stuff in it, but remember they were like, oh, it's Birds of Prey, and then all of a sudden it was like Birds of Prey and the Emancipation of Harley Quinn. It was like, wow, you just lengthened the title. That was fucking stupid.
God, that's longer.
To be honest, they should have just did. I thought they should have
Sirens.
a Joker Harley Quinn movie that was like a natural.
They were
born
too afraid
killer.
to bring back Jared Leto because he didn't have enough screen time and he wasn't liked. Yeah,
They should have gone Gotham City Sirens. So
yes.
They should have did a Gotham City.
They
Sirens.
should have done a lot of things, and
They should have
did
done
all
so
the
much more.
worst things.
Yeah, Gotham City Sirens was the best, and of course David Ayer. That's what he was. That was he was.
Yeah, he
leading.
posted like a picture.
Yeah,
of
he posted a
Black
shot of the three of them, and he was like, "There it is."
Mask. I
Right
thought it was
there.
and it was a Black Mask. He posted a photo of.
Yeah, but
And
he
Ewan
also,
McGregor as Black Mask, so that was a weird but interesting choice.
I liked it. I liked him as Black Mask, to be honest.
I
thought he
liked
was
him
great.
too.
I thought he was
Yeah.
great. I thought he was
Yeah.
the best part of the movie.
Yeah, he
opposed
was.
to Margot. Margot did great, and she had a great
Black
moment.
Canary.
Oh yeah,
I didn't
just,
like the
uh,
choice of
what's her name?
costume,
Mullet.
the way she was dressed, and throughout the movie. I didn't like any of those. I just
Mm.
thought it was too over the top, stupid. Like what she wore in like James Gunn's Suicide Squad. I actually like that outfit, the red one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
The
hate,
red
to,
suit.
I hate to
Oh.
agree with that. But
What's that?
I had to agree with that. It was that was her best look.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Suicide
red
That was
dress.
the
And
only
like
thing that
also
was
with
Suicide Squad.
Cassandra Cain, her character
Oh.
felt more like
The
That's
character
the
who's supposed to
thing,
be
that was
known-
the worst part.
Row.
That was the worst part. Was Cassandra Cain? I'm like,
And like
really?
a lot of Cassandra Cain fans, like just didn't know. Like they don't even bring that version up because like it's just
Yeah.
they
That-
reduced
I
like an
did not-
assassin to or like I don't know, an assassin sort of to a pickpocketer, which
Yeah,
they
and
should
I
have just
like
made that character
who talks
into
all the
Papa
fucking
Roach.
time.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Who talked all the fucking time? Like I'm like, Cassandra is mute.
Yeah, I know.
No, she's not mute. She just doesn't talk like.
Well,
as
yeah, I
much.
mean, but at the same, it's like she's like mute. Yeah, no, but I mean, I
Yeah.
agree. It's like they really fucked up that character, and that was
Also,
like,
Huntress. I don't get the characterization of this
was a
Huntress.
joke.
yeah,
Yeah.
Like it makes Arrow. Because I actually am a defender of Arrow's version of Huntress that we got. It was very short lived, but like we got to the point where like I would have preferred to have seen her
yeah.
than whatever the fuck they did. Like it's a
She-
fucking
well, I mean,
crossbow!
she was barely in the movie to begin
Yeah.
with.
I know.
And when,
it
it, when she was fucking screaming all the time.
Yeah, they just didn't handle the characters well, and they should have just made like a straight Harley Quinn movie or Harley Quinn.
And where
Joker
was
movie.
Batman during that
I don't
movie?
think Harley Quinn and Joker movie would have been that. So I think it would have been.
I think you know what my whole thing was. Oh man, imagine them releasing a Harley Quinn Joker R-rated natural born killers type movie during Valentine's Day. Margot Robbie and Jared Leto, what are you talking about? That would put guys and girls in the seats. Come on. That would have worked, I think. But
as long as the movie would have ended with them no longer together.
no. It would have ended up with them breaking up. They should have
Yeah.
they
Okay, then I can agree.
if they showed the toxic relationship and they like went through this shit and then all of a sudden at the end they broke up, perfect. It would have been perfect. That's the way I always was like they should have went with that. They
Yep.
should have, yeah. Then they would have not ended up together. They would have.
Like
Okay.
in Birds of Prey, like when we saw that really, really big guy who Joker and Harley like tattooed their face, I was worried That was their version of Bane. I was like,
Ah.
no,
I
please.
would have
Batman and Robin.
I would have. Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
would
would've
have. Bomb, bomb. He's like,
Very
whenever he
nice.
put the bomb down, he just yelled out,
I just
bomb.
stop talking about that movie. Like that movie, like
It's a
'cause
good
Bane-
movie.
It's a great movie. All right, we're gonna go ahead and
and-
end this right here because we're
yeah,
almost getting 4 hours right
No,
now.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
I need you to actually clarify that that movie is a piece of shit.
What,
What?
Batman and Robin?
Yeah.
It's not a piece of shit. I can
not
still
a piece of
enjoy it,
shit.
Andy. Okay, I'm a Batman fan.
It's
I
a
can
corny
enjoy the
film.
Bat credit card. I can enjoy the cheesiness. It's basically an updated version of Batman 66.
Oh yeah,
no.
Dave, check out what I'm sharing right now. It's a drawing I recently did.
Look at that. You got Sub-Zero versus Scorpion. I like it. You know what? When you watch the new Mortal Kombat, the fight between them in the beginning and at the end,
That was the best part.
That was
Best
only
part.
yeah. Other than that,
The
all
movie
middle
should have
part,
been
not that
about
great.
Scorpion. It should have been.
He was
about him.
he just showed up at the end out of nowhere,
Yeah.
and oh my god,
That
that you could tell in
was
that
a really
movie
bad
they were
movie.
filmed on a set. Like
Oh,
the
yeah.
guy that got
It
for
was-
Liu Kang
films are
and
filmed on sets.
Raiden, they are such small dudes. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who
but
the fuck
still,
is texting me?
it was such a
Axel would've
bad
said that-
movie. It was
Axel would have said
bad.
that with his whole chest out.
what?
No, but like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm like, that was the best part about the Mortal Kombat movie was both of them fighting. Everything else was like, all right.
Is the sequel done, by the way?
Well,
they're
I think they're
currently
filming it
right
or
now.
something.
Oh yeah,
And, like-
they probably were shut down in the summer.
Well, they're back filming. Like Carl Urban's gonna be Johnny Cage, the guy who played Manson in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is gonna be Quan Chi, and yeah, and what was I gonna say? Oh, have you guys seen the animated Mortal Kombat movie? That movie is such a
Oh, yeah.
Friday night boys' night movie. Like, it's so good.
Yeah.
Scorpion's
Oh, yeah,
Revenge.
Scorpion,
It's
you know
so
what?
good.
Scorpion's Revenge. If you want to watch a good Mortal Kombat movie,
Fucking
and you're
watch that
okay with-
movie.
yeah, if you're
If
good
you-
with animation,
Axel, if you watch Blue Beetle, I'll watch all the Mortal Kombat you want me to.
you
Okay,
got to
fine.
watch Blue Beetle and Fury Road.
And Fury Road. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Jinx.
I want
And
to.
you got to watch Fury Road too, Andy. You got to report.
Yeah, you
back.
got to
Listen,
watch.
I
Fury
just-
Road.
You
I
guys
just-
are
requirement.
I just graduated. I'm going on Christmas break.
Okay,
You better
okay.
watch that wherever
All
you're
right.
going on Christmas break. That's a
Exactly.
great movie. And minus one,
Is it on Max? Is it on
Dave?
Max?
Huh?
Godzilla minus one. Is it legit?
Yes.
Like,
It's one
it's
of the,
badass?
it might be the best Godzilla movie. I've said
No
this
shit.
many
It's the
times.
Dark Knight.
Go
it-
fuck yourself.
Look at what people
I
are
already
saying. Look at what people are
Oh,
saying.
yeah, I
about
bet you
Godzilla
did.
minus one. They are the reviews are stellar because it is a fantastic movie, and all U.S. Studios and everything should take notes on how to make a
I bet
Godzilla
the
movie or a
director-
monster movie. Because
If that movie makes
again,
profit,
what always suffers is the human story. That always suffers when it comes to these kind of movies. They nail it. They nailed it. They nail both aspects because the human story is so excellent because the main character, you don't even recognize him when he's at the end. He totally almost does a 180 flip flop kind of thing where it's like, whoa, you were this in the beginning and now you're this. Holy shit. And just the human story is so excellent. And Godzilla is so fucking frightening. And the way that how he's utilizing this. Wow. I'm telling
how long
you.
is it? How long is it?
2 hours. It's only a
Longer
2
than
hour
my-
movie.
What?
Okay.
It is
If
a
that movie,
2
if
hour
that movie
movie.
makes bank, if that movie makes bank,
I hope it
Disney and
does.
Disney and Warner Bros. Are gonna fight over this.
Is
director.
it all subtitles?
Yeah. It's all Japanese. It's Japanese,
Yeah.
but you're gonna have to deal with the subtitles. Unless
I'm
they do
happy to
something.
do that. I'm happy they're gonna do
There's
Yeah.
that.
nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you,
Yeah,
I mean,
Andre, there's
the way I
nothing
look at
wrong.
it is you get the full emotion of the.
I gotta
and
read.
the acting's great. The acting is fantastic. So
Yeah,
just
no,
saying.
yeah. If that movie makes bang, that director
So-
is gonna be fought for over.
Who's excited for Rebel Moon? Like, this is a movie. I heard
it
about.
seems fine. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know,
overrated.
I think Tony
It's just a
Seagull
Netflix
is excited for Rebel Moon.
I'm more excited
Oh,
for
we're all
Percy Jackson
excited
and the
for Rebel
Olympians.
Moon.
Yeah.
No, I'm more excited for Snow White.
Shut up, dude.
If we're even alive in 2020,
We got a Rachel Zegler fan here.
Oh, the fun police.
Dude, okay,
All
wait, Dave, can I ask you about that before we go? Them delaying a whole fuck you. Them
Fuck
delaying a
me,
whole
fuck you.
year. No, you go fuck yourself
You.
because that's all
I
you will
already
get.
have.
I want you two to
yourself.
start a podcast. I really do.
Over my dead body, I will.
Okay. That's why I want you to do
Them
it.
delaying a whole year. Do
One
you
last
think,
thing.
do you think they're
Well-
actually gonna reshoot stuff because they delayed a whole year?
Yeah, I totally do. If they're going to
Is she
delay
gonna
it,
be
to
replaced?
2020 if they're going to delay it that long, they're definitely reshooting a lot of things.
Like what?
It's like Aquaman. Like Aquaman, they did 3 rounds of reshoots in Aquaman, and they delayed it so many
because of
times.
James Gunn. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's
Well,
gonna
partly
have-
James Gunn.
But do you? But okay, but the $1 billion the $1 billion question. You know the amount of money that Disney can make these days with these movies is. Do you think she's out?
No.
So what
James
do
Gunn
you
no.
think they are reshooting?
They're just probably reshooting a lot of probably stuff that they put in there to make it where they were like selling it as, oh yeah, she's this, she doesn't need that, it's not like the original story. They're probably going to try to incorporate some of the original story into it that they took out. That's my guess. I don't know, because everybody was like pushing back against like when they were saying like, no, she doesn't need the prince and blah blah blah.
I'm not 37 anymore.
Yeah, they're probably going to start injecting some of that, which I love, because that means she has to like do those scenes.
Yeah.
How does
Yeah.
it feel, Rachel Zegler?
Spider-Man.
Where's the
but,
fun police now? Huh?
Oh yeah, she was the one who called.
I still cannot believe she attacked you
I
for
remember
like
that.
saying
Oh,
He was
yeah.
on like a press screen. She was on like
She was like,
All
okay,
I
fun
was saying is
police.
like that would be awkward if you were like, I had
Yeah.
such the biggest crush on you.
Oh, you
And, like,
used to be so
I'm
handsome.
like,
I'm like,
what? How did
you
Adam,
used to be-
how did Brody?
Wait,
Adam
Axel, say
Brody
one more time.
feel?
Wait,
Adam
wait,
Brody
Axel.
was probably like, okay, cool.
Axel, say that one more time. Axel, say that one more time.
Oh, like, did you wait? Didn't she say, "Oh, you used to be so handsome," or "I used to have such a huge"?
You used to be
Like,
handsome.
I'm like, that's fine.
Again, this is a girl that was pulled off of TikTok and thrown into the crazy
Side
blockbuster
Story.
machine.
Yeah, what's that story?
Who's excited
Yeah.
for Wonka?
Oh my god.
We'll see what happens with that. Anyways,
more
let's go to wrap
excited-
this up. I gotta pee, guys. Come on.
Yeah,
let's go to wrap
I
this
need
up.
to
Nobody
eat.
gives a fuck.
And
Japan's
I know
right now.
Andre has to go. We're going 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's like the
So
Snyder Cut. That's what.
Yeah,
Andre
I
would
still
say.
have another stream to do after this, so I need to eat and go to the bathroom. And
all right,
I gotta
all right,
join William.
Andre, you can plug everything first and head out.
You can find me on YouTube at Nicotina. I just released a video about the Thunderbolts and the MCU, which I think was a really cool video I put out there.
Great
I did not do a video about Zack Snyder and this whole thing because I don't
Hater,
know.
you hate him.
I guess so. But check that out. I recently I did a short the other day that got 11,000 views, which I was like, wow, that was awesome. But yeah, check it out. My channel on YouTube, Nicotina. You can also find me on Instagram, on Vero, and on X as well, is where I normally hang out. But yes, Dave, thank you for inviting me on and being here. I normally work these nights, so I can't come on here as much. But I was off today, so I was like, well, I'm going to try to get on.
All right. Always good to have you, man. Take care,
Yeah.
man. I appreciate it. All right. Get some food.
Bye.
All right. All
What
right.
is
let's
with
go.
all these fast exits? Jesus, it was just like.
Well, he mentioned in the private chat like 10 minutes ago he had to leave. so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Axel started to breathe. So you know.
Excuse me. I started breathing 20 or 19 years ago. When did you start breathing? Oh, yeah,
he
you
doesn't-
breathe
he
when
doesn't-
you
I'm-
do
I'm-
nuts.
He doesn't
Have a great
understand.
podcast.
He doesn't understand the slam I gave him whatsoever.
I want you two to have a podcast together one of these days.
Nah, listen. Listen. He's never stepping a foot into my DCT podcast whatsoever.
I can't even start up my own fucking podcast. No one
Yeah,
wants
they-
to
they-
join.
yeah.
I keep
Yeah.
asking Andre who's gone, and
Yeah,
he's
maybe
like,
maybe there's a reason, Axel. Maybe it's a you
What?
problem.
maybe it is, Andy. Maybe it fucking is. But you know what? That doesn't matter.
It still seems to matter a little bit given how annoyed you are.
Okay, come on,
Okay,
guys.
yep.
Jace.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and plug.
Jason, I'm
Andy.
way.
Plug all your stuff. As you
Okay,
sip
so
your
you
drink.
can find me at Droga52 on YouTube, on X, You can find me via Axel R. Droga. You can find me at the pub where I just got a job, and you can find me on Vero. So yeah, thank you for having me on, Dave. And yes,
Always
Well,
good.
congrats on
Good
your
to
new
have
job, I guess.
oh,
right.
thank you, Andrew.
Don't
Andy.
poison any people.
No promises.
Andy, go, Andy.
You can find me at Andrew Bite on all social media, Facebook, Twitter.
Yeah,
Twitter.
I still call it Twitter. So
Yeah, it's not 2023 anymore. It is still 2020 where we have Twitter, Instagram, TikTok.
No, it is.
Anyway, go find me on all those places. I'm going to be streaming this weekend on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. We're finishing Spider-Man 2, and then we're probably getting some Valorant and Counter-Strike where I just cuss off people because, shooting games they're like that. I also write for Screen Rant, so go find all my latest news articles. Might have some interviews coming up, and of course, you got Multiverse of Color, which is my new entertainment outlet that I'm running now for all things entertainment from the voice of the perspective. From us woke voices. There you go.
Oh, damn.
And then check out the Flash podcast, and hopefully, I might have something to announce at the end of the year. So stay tuned.
Ooh, there it is. I like it. All right. Well, thanks guys for listening and watching and all that stuff. And thank you to, of course, Andy, Axel, Andre, Garza. Who else was in here? Phil. There it is.
We always forget Phil.
I always forget.
No, you forget Chainsaw. You forget Chainsaw. Like
I know,
Wait,
but
was
he
he
didn't
on
show
here?
up today.
No, he wasn't on
no,
today.
okay.
But
we love you. We love you, Lip. We love you, Lip.
yes, exactly. All right, guys. Thank you. We'll talk to you later.
Peace.